Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We're starting now. I would like to ask that our invited guests kindly take their seats. Also, would like to acknowledge all our participants joining us online. It's a hybrid event. Due to COVID constraints, we have acted responsibly by ensuring that we limit the number of people physically present here. However, we didn't want to limit the conversation and wanted to spread it as far and as wide as possible. And so it was important for us to engage our online audience. And so I'd like to welcome them very specially. You're just as important and critical to the conversation as the people who are present here. And we've made it possible for you to engage with us without barriers as much as possible this morning. So we have ensured that your participation this morning is not hindered by you not being here physically. My name is Ayo Mairo Ese, and it's an honor to serve as your host for this morning's conversation. It is indeed a discussion that Jobberman Nigeria has brought us all together to have this morning, working in partnership with their implementing partners, WIMBIZ, as well as organizations present here. We brought delegates and guests from the private, public, and development sector to have a critical conversation around bias, gender barriers in particular, and unmasking these barriers. This has stemmed from a research and study, and you'd find the documents on your table. For those who are watching online, we have a digital copy available that we will be making available to you. Based on this research, Jobberman has found out that if you look at, of course, for those who live in Nigeria, it's not news that we are in what some people have described as an unemployment crisis. Now, when we have a crisis like that, we would understand that for the female gender in particular, we are worst hit. And so as a thought leader in employment and careers, Jobberman has gone around to develop a report to paint a picture of the reality on ground with a sample. We're going to be presenting this in the course of today's meeting. But beyond that, the conversations are critical. Now, the reason why they're critical is because we understand that the people who are instrumental to policy making are seated in this room or participating online. And we want to get your views. These views would help us harness policy making, our contributions to policy making, and hopefully make it stronger in terms of our response to bridging the gap, the gender gap, when it comes to unemployment. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I'd like to say thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this morning, and we look forward to a fruitful deliberation today. Without further ado, I'd like to just give a few housekeeping. For some of us, whilst we're coming in, we were able to, the bathrooms are to my left, out the doors, and on the right. It's down the stairs. However, if it sounds too complicated to navigate, please speak to any one of our gaily dressed ushers, and they'd be more than happy to lead you to where you need to go. Also, if you have any need for information or clarification to ensure that you have a smooth time with us this morning, please do not hesitate to speak to one of our ushers. Also, we've made provisions to make this a comfortable experience for you, such that we have internet provision for you. So please go online, you can search for the Oriental tag, and Wi-Fi password is simply internet. Very easy to remember, very clear. Please just type in internet and you'd be able to have access to free internet. Also, COVID protocols are still very much in place. However, the Nigerian government has said it's not compulsory for us to have our masks on in public places. But some people are still very careful, and we do appreciate that. So please, if you'd rather have your mask on during and throughout the event, do not do not feel uncomfortable. Please go ahead and do so. However, we've also made hand sanitizers available for you on your tables. So kindly use your hand sanitizers. We have face masks on your table as well. And at every point in time, if you need to sanitize, please do so. Also, we have tags for our breakout rooms. And so if you do not have a tag yet, we'd ask that you please speak to an usher who will be able to hand you a tag, or one of the organizers, so that you have a tag for your breakout rooms. If you don't have a tag, you're not allocated to a breakout room. So please speak to someone about that. Without further ado, I'd like to invite to give the welcome address MD at Rome Africa Jobs in the person of Hilda Kabushenga Kragha. A round of applause, please, for Hilda, MD, Rome Africa Jobs, of which Jobberman Nigeria is a part of.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for being here. Invited guests, our dear speakers, with all protocols being observed, it is my pleasure to welcome you really warmly to this Gender Roundtable 2022 hosted by Jobberman in combination with WIMBIZ and with support from the Young Africa Works program for the Mastercard Foundation. I don't want to get too deeply into the report. I think we all have copies. There's a lot that's going to be digested throughout the day. I think one of the things we all know, especially post-COVID, is that the growth of Nigeria's labor force significantly outweighs the rate of job creation, right? And that reality is true for women. We see it every day. We see it on our platforms. We see how people apply. We see how employers select who's going to get the job. And you know, for example, in 2018, whereas 450 jobs were created, over 5 million people joined the workforce. So there's a huge gap there. When you look even across Africa, just looking at our work across the continent, it's the same pattern. I know the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, for example, has stated that Africa needs to be creating 80 million jobs a year. In actual sense, we're creating 3 million. So lots of work to be done. And the people who bear the biggest brunt of this deficit remains women. In 2020 in Nigeria, the unemployment rate for females was at 35.2% compared to 31% for men. This is a big deal. I know like a 3% gap sounds like nothing, but it's something that one is always growing. And second of all, without being deliberate, we will not get to fill that gap and get to a place of equity. And these are some of the things that the report really speaks to. What are the barriers here? Looking at the report, you find there's very many reasons. We see personal barriers, things like, you know, imposter syndrome, which affects males more than it affects females. We find things like organizational barriers, you know, the burden of unpaid care work, marital expectations. I think one of the things I loved in the report or noticed in the report was in Kano, for women, the most important criteria in choosing whether or not you take a job is family approval. You know, these are things that we don't think of directly, but really are impacting females in the workforce today. I know, and I always share my own personal story. Like when I had my first child, I left my job. I didn't have a plan B. And I actually didn't know if I would ever go back to work. It took me maybe 7 months when my son was a year old to start thinking, okay, maybe this is not so bad. I can go back in, I can manage. But year after year, we lose thousands of experienced women because of those family responsibilities and barriers to that. Then of course, there's the typical structural barriers as well around the patriarchy, around systematic historical challenges that mean women are less educated, they've got less access to jobs, to financing, even just to mobility. And these are things we have to address. I think the report goes into a lot of detail to speak to that, and hopefully we'll disseminate most of that today. And the truth is, while we know that the road ahead is rough, and I know that too, I also know that the reason we can be here today is because we're standing on shoulders of generations of women who have fought for different levels of access, from just identity, you know, having your own passport instead of being Mrs. So-and-so in a man's passport, to suffrage, being able to vote, to opening bank accounts, to maternity leave, a lot of these things. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has presented us once again with another opportunity to create a big leap for women. And what do I mean? I think we all know now that hybrid working and remote working is here to stay. This is a major opportunity for us to actually invite all these women, experienced women who we all know, by the way, that left the workforce for other obligations to come back. You know, there's more, we can create friendlier structures. You don't have to be on time at 7. You can leave to pick up your child from work. You can work from home 3 days a week. You can work from home forever. I think the COVID pandemic has actually brought that to life, and we should not let this chance go. Right now, people have still left the workforce. As you're searching for new talent, consider women who left. Some of them, their children are older now. Some of them really want to come back, just need to know how. Remote work offers that. The other thing is technology, and I love that the report speaks to this as well, is women in tech. A lot of tech work is remote. You need a computer, you need a phone, maybe not even a smartphone, and you can work from home. All the barriers and the family barriers are spoken about that typically would have prevented women from working begin to get less relevant. Again, I know the journey ahead is really, really steep. It's not like we're snapping a finger and overnight things will be okay. But for me, it's a sign of encouragement. Rather than focus on all the negative things, I focus on the trends today and what opportunities this brings for women. And those are two big things that I see. But my job is to welcome everybody and not to disseminate the report, not to speak for a long time. time. So once again, thank you very much for coming. I think we're going to have a really great time today. We have amazing speakers. We have an amazing audience online as well. I really appreciate that you honored the Jobberman and WIMBIZ invite to come to this event. And I'm looking forward to all the conversations that will come here today and be impactful even beyond this room for years to come. Thank you very much.
Can we please give another round of applause for Hilda Kabushenga Kragha, MD, Rome Africa Jobs. Thank you very much for that welcome address and for highlighting the opportunities that COVID-19 gave to the world, especially for defining, or perhaps may I say redefining workplace culture, which in some instances, as we've seen, has favored women. For instance, work from home, as some people might be joining us online in the comfort of their homes, trying to hold a child from ensuring they're not interfering with the conversation because children are currently on holiday, aren't they? And so the beauty of being able to participate at meetings like this with the work from home culture is that you don't have to be disenfranchised anymore. And so we would salute and celebrate COVID-19 for that amidst the many other things, negative aspects of it. So thank you very much, Hilda, for pointing that out. We look forward to seeing even more what the research and the report uncovers. And very importantly, the reason why we've come here today to discuss how we, as the private sector, the public sector, and developmental organizations can use this report to help our work further and see how we can work together to ensure that we close that gap. As Hilda mentioned, as it currently stands, following the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, figures for women stand at 33.3%. That's unemployment rate, whilst for women in particular, 4 in every woman in the labor force is unemployed. That's a staggering number. And that is one number that we must walk each and every single day to ensure that we lessen. Speaking about the report, we have a short documentary to show you on the gender barrier documentary, on the gender barrier report. In the next few minutes, please, I'd ask you to kindly turn your attention to the screen. And for those who are watching online, you'll appear on your screens as we just take on this journey of the gender barrier research.
How do you understand the constraints that underpin women's limited participation within labor market today? How does technology hold any prospects of supporting women's transition from unemployment into dignified and fulfilling work? How do women's lived experiences inform their perception about the workplace? And how does this shape their employment choices? What do we know about what works that can improve the employment outcomes for women? What else and what's more can be done to improve the conditions and processes that produce work opportunities for young women? So these are questions that informed the framework of this research.
The barriers that underpins women's labor market participation in Nigeria is probably better understood now than it was about a decade ago. But emerging insights suggest that there are significant gaps in how we understand how these barriers frustrate women's economic outcome.
Since 2010, we have observed a decline of women's representation in Nigeria's labor market. All right. As of 2010, it was just slightly below 60%. But currently, we have barely less than 50% of Nigeria's labor market having women as participants within it. And this calls for concerns because it means that if women are not participating in the labor market or the rate at which they're participating is reducing, it means that they're either personal or they're structural or they're institutional barriers that is preventing them from engaging within this sector and expressing their economic dividends to the country. These barriers have been classified into 3 buckets using the framework of 3 concentric circles.
The first and internal circle actually speaks to the personal barriers and is largely under the woman's control. The second is largely out of her control, but within her influence, and this speaks to the organizational or family barriers.
And the third circle, which is under the policy and cultural bucket, is largely out of our control or influence, but it has a huge impact on our labor market outcomes.
Okay, emerging insight from this research suggests that it is very crucial to take cognizance of the fact that women have the agency to make decisions, especially because there are different situations that women could be confronted with, and their response to these situations differ based on their own personal preferences, values, and aspirations. Although several studies have exemplified the complexities around the cognitive process of preference formation and the extent to which personality shapes women's labor market outcome might not be largely instructive, but it is very important to recognize that women have the agency to make decisions based on how they perceive these barriers and how best they think they can juggle multiple priorities.
I have a first child. I actually left a consulting job I really loved, simply because the pace and the nature of work just no longer suited me and my newborn, right? So I took a really prolonged leave, maybe about 7 months, so only until my son was 1 year old, I get into the world of work again. And even then I was very deliberate. So this is the transition for me to get into role, right? I was very deliberate about it to say, I'm looking for a job that allows me flexible hours, that can give me time off on Friday afternoons for immunization, that is not travel heavy, that has relatively normal working hours, all the things I didn't have before, but that I needed for this new phase. It didn't hold me back. I think it changed my role, definitely, but it's not that because of that decision, I took steps back in my career, I wasn't able to progress as far. I just had to think critically and have an honest conversation with myself around, in this season of my life, what suits me the most, and then work towards that.
For me, I've never seen being a woman as being a curse. I think I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I've realized that in life, whether you're male or female, if you want to achieve anything, you must be a focused person, you must be a go-getter, you must have your clear goals, and you must be bold and courageous enough to pursue them.
Being a woman has never been maybe a barrier for me in choosing what I want to become, what I want to do. So it's left for you to choose what do you really want to do and just go for it.
I have kind of unconsciously built this need to prove myself as a female, that I can do whatever I want to do and become who I want to become if I set my mind to it.
Like personal barriers, for institutional barriers, women are willing and able to engage with specific sectors or take on specific jobs and also deliver value in their area of interest. But the odds are usually against them, either because there is an organizational preference for a man. And these factors include, but are not limited to, marriage, domestic responsibilities, sexual harassment, recruitment policies, culture and environment.
Women believe that the workforce has not been structured in a way that is friendly to women. They feel the involvement of women in the workforce is more like an afterthought. Women were not in the original plan.
In Kano, actually, women face a lot of challenges because of maybe family, traditional and societal changes they go through. Like now, if a woman is married, she's supposed to just be at home. Like the tradition is saying that the people in the society are saying like you should just be at home, take care of your kids, leave the work for the men, because they think that when they start working, their husbands will get another wife, or their husbands will divorce them, or their family members will not approve of it. Most especially families that are not educated.
As a Muslim woman, there are some jobs that one should say, oh, I want to do this job. And the next thing, have you forgotten you're a woman? Have you forgotten you're a northern woman? Have you forgotten you're a Muslim? And it just kind of limits you to what you want to do. And oh, the next thing is, this work is for men. When I and you just, like I said, most times you might want to go for it, but indirectly, the energy you get from people around you kind of turns you off, and you don't just, like, you're not motivated to want to go for the job.
A lot of organizations today don't even have policies in place to protect the rights of women against sexual harassment. This mentality of you need to use what you have to get what you want is still rampant. It's still valid in the workplace. So a lot of women don't feel safe to even want to delve into the formal employment.
I believe that corporate businesses, we can do better with regards to setting up interactive women networks. And this should be partly driven by our HR departments. And these networks are not just being established to create policies that would, help with combating issues like harassment, but should be safe spaces where female employees are able to express themselves and report cases. And these cases should not just be reported, but there should be like some kind of panel that would address the situation and, provide consequences for the predators.
There are general organizational policies for general reasons, but if we want to speak to women specifically, we need to speak to women-specific issues. We know that as women grow in their career, they tend to want to have a career and also have children. How do organizations accommodate the need to spend time at home and with their kids? Because fathers have to do this as well, and also be enabled at work. We have a lot of women who are very productive, but would need to work flexi hours.
See, considering women's participation in the labor market from a formal and informal perspective, there's an assumption that women are largely playing in the informal space because that's their space of interest. But looking at the statistics of women that we interacted with during the research, 51% of women are interested in participating in the informal work across the 3 states. And just about 17% are interested in self-employment, and just 12% of them are interested in entrepreneurship. And this shows that the low representation of women in the formal sector is not primarily because women are not interested in working in that space, but because maybe the structures or the systems that define formality in Nigeria is a barrier that frustrates their access to formal employment. And beyond the gaps in education and skills, which remain a significant barrier to formal employment, a common feedback from our interviews further posit that more women are moving into the informal sector due to the unfavorable structural conditions and marginalizations created by patriarchy. Women are creatively redefining work in ways that reinforce their identity, values, talent, and skills.
I would say that the growing statistics of women in the informal sector can be largely attributed to the cumbersome process of documentation with regards to specific things like, running or owning a business. Now, what happens when a woman is unable to go through that whole process? Her short-term goal is to make money, right? And so maybe operating as a business name, sole proprietor, or even just a petty trader is sufficient for her at the time, as opposed to going through that cumbersome documentation process. Although cumbersome, we all know that this is necessary.
Another trend that affects women is, of course, marital trends. You see, women get married, and again, in our culture, where there's a lot of tradition, cultural and religious biases, you find out that a lot of women are subjected to either being housewives or staying at home. And then when they face situations where their husbands die, or they end up separating with their husbands, they are back to square one. They have absolutely no source of income and nothing to do. So that also sort of pushes them into the informal sector. And we know that poverty, being one of the strongest of all the 3, is also another reason that you find a lot of people in the informal sector just doing all manner of things. So for me, those are the kinds of things that push a lot of youth, a lot of women, because again, when you look at the population of even the SMEs and those in the informal sector, a greater percentage, about 43% of them are women.
If you talk about the entrepreneurship space, which I can speak on, you find, and to my earlier reference around the micro businesses, you find a lot of women playing in the micro business. So whether it's in trade, it's in retail, it's in services at the very small level, or even looking at things like hospitality, so running food retail businesses, or even in the segments of the agricultural value chain, in education businesses, we also see women play a large role in that.
For instance, according to the African report, Sabi, a fintech startup in 2021, already achieved a milestone of over 150 merchants who recorded $1.2 billion in sales on its platform. So this already shows that a lot of things are happening within the informal space, and that would really be a way to support women and ensure that they thrive and they serve as contributors to the economy of Nigeria. More sustainably is the importance of improving the structures that limit women's participation within the labor market beyond tokenism. I know there's a quick fix of giving quota systems to women within the workplace just to ensure that there's representation. But that suggests that women are not competitive, which this research already debunks.
Policies. I say policies because policies need to be implemented. People should be held accountable. There should be consequences for the non-adherence to policies.
I would really like to see initiatives that will lead to sustainable impact, initiatives that would lead to positive ripple effects.
We need to have policies in organizations that are friendly for both the male and the female sex. So let's take a look at policies like the gender policy, whereby it doesn't matter which sex you are, so you are entitled to all the benefits in the organization.
I think the point again is to first of all make sure that there's a clear understanding of the issues and the challenges that we have within the workspace that are limiting women in the employability space or in the labor market. If we do not have an understanding of the issues, whatever we design as men and or as women is going to be faulty.
Because the thing about the trajectory of women in the workforce, a lot of times you say at entry level it's 50-50, but by the time you get to leadership, it's more like 20-80 tilted towards males, right? And along the way, some have either stagnated in their careers or they've dropped out of the workforce completely because of childbearing and family obligations. But there's never been a concerted effort to call them back. And my hypothesis is that if we do try to call them back collectively, they will come back.
I'll commend the efforts of corporate organizations for, first of all, acknowledging, that there's a women's problem. I know every March there are the social media campaigns with all kinds of, posts and videos just celebrating women. But I think we need to move beyond that and get to a point where organizations are now publishing their numbers, showing year on year the type of progress they've made in terms of policies, in terms of women within the organization across, from graduate trainee to management level.
If we want to take up any programs, the questions we should begin to ask is, how does it affect men differently and how does it affect women differently?
We can have policies in place and not only having the policies, but implementing the policies. That enforce that, supporting the policies to be implemented around the state so that they will have the enabled environment to do the needful.
If you eliminate entirely victim blaming, especially in sexual harassment issues, that would empower women to be able to point out areas where, for instance, companies can improve, especially on sexual harassment issues. If you create a very safe environment for the woman to thrive in your company, trust me, they will come and they will thrive and they would help you develop your business.
The reasons why women are not gaining the visibility that they require and they deserve within the workspace is not because they are not competitive, but because there are structural limitations. And it will be very important that the policies address these issues from a structural perspective rather than leveraging primitive approaches to address these issues.
So just as we have tried to understand the barriers that affect women's labor market outcomes using the framework of 3 concentric circles, the recommendations are also analyzed using these 3 buckets. So starting from policy or cultural change, we perceive that transforming women's labor market outcome is actually hinged on improved policies and culture that supports women's rights and participation in the labor market. We need interventions and initiatives that focus on dismantling patriarchal systems, masked in culture and tradition, and also policies that secure the education of the girl child. Also enacting protective labor laws focused on women. All this would be pivotal to shifting ideologies and shaping the structures that improves women's labor market outcomes in sustainable ways. And so trickling down from policy or cultural change to family and organizational change, we also need friendly social systems and workspaces that allow women transition and reach their full potential so that women can also be empowered in their minds and in their skills, so that they're self-confident and they're able to compete favorably in a dynamic global environment.
When you give a speech or play a video which leaves the audience very quiet, it gives you an idea of how thought-provoking, how powerful, and how instructive it is. And so having taken that moment to pause and to reflect, I do think that this documentary deserves a round of applause. It does. There are important issues that have been raised by the different personalities who were featured in that documentary. And it just goes to show just a little bit of the realities on ground when it has to do with gender barriers in the workplace. However, amidst the many things that many of us would have seen, perhaps identified with, being that we work in this space, for many of us who are gender advocates or we are gender specialists, some of the things that stood out for me is that, of course, one of the recommendations very big on their policies. And beyond just policies, because we have organizations and government agencies who have phenomenal policies protecting gender equality or gender equity, is the implementation of these policies. And perhaps some of the personal biases that women have and how we can address these challenges or these barriers to women accessing employment. Also, something that was mentioned in the documentary was promoting the girl-child education. And I was glad that this was said as I acknowledged the presence of the Honorable Commissioner of Education in Lagos State, a woman who champions access to quality education for both boys and girls, being an educator herself. Can we please recognize the presence of Honorable Mrs. Folasade Adefisayo? She'll be coming up to speak later on, and we're so honored to have her present with us for this critical conversation as we speak right from infancy, how we raise our girls, how we speak to them, the kind of self-confidence and esteem that we inspire in them from education, the possibilities that we expose them to by showing them that it is possible. You can be a pilot, you can be an engineer, you can get your hands dirty, you can take Ora's job later on as CEO of Jobberman, you can lead global organizations, and beyond that, even policies then when we come into the workplace that promote women accessing employment and ensuring that they actually stay. So beyond accessing, retention as well. I'm not the keynote speaker, so at this point, I am going to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker. She's a woman who speaks, and after the reaction from that video, I can't wait for your reaction after she's done. I'll give her formal introduction. Yes, I like to put people so you're ready. Expectation is a breeding ground for the phenomenal. So when you're expectant, you know that something is about to happen. So please allow me to formally introduce our keynote speaker for today's roundtable conversation. She's an investment professional with a strong track record of high performance and principled leadership and 28 years experience in investment banking and public service. She's currently the acting chairman of the board of trustees of the Investors Protection Fund of Nigeria Exchange Limited and an independent non-executive director of Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC. She's a regular speaker at national and international events on the facilitation, promotion, and reform of investments for sustainable development. She was Executive Secretary, CEO of Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigeria's national investment promotion agency from November 2016 to September 2021. At NIPC, she worked on institutional reforms aimed at strategic investment promotion and embedding a culture of governance and proactive accountability. Her efforts earned NIPC first place in the 2021 National Awards for Compliance and Transparency, up from 90th position when she assumed office in 2016. I believe that deserves a round of applause. That's not all. She spent the previous 23 years in banking and was executive director for Stanbic IBTC's corporate and investment banking business. She led a multidisciplinary team to deliver business opportunities in Nigeria's complex operating environment while managing key relationships with regulation and leading corporate and multinational clients. As executive producer, Yes, you heard that right, of half of a yellow sun in 2014, a woman of many parts. She raised the record amount for the full feature film. She was awarded the Eisenhower Fellowship for International Leadership in May 2010. She enjoys the outdoors and independent travel. She has climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, walked the Camino de Santiago, and has dived the Great Barrier Reef. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can see she needs no introduction, but we have our keynote speaker, the one and only Miss Yewande Sadiku.
Good morning, all. Break the bias, break it, smash it, shatter it. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. When I say this, it may come out the wrong way, but please don't get me wrong. I like to tell stories, and I expect to tell you a few standing here. But it's not in a storyteller kind of way, not the kind of stories our parents told us not to tell. But I like to share from my life's experience. I'm not a gender specialist. I'm not a gender specialist. I'm not a gender expert. I'm just a woman doing her own thing. And all of us have different ways of carrying this cross, this blessing that we have. And whatever I share will be my own context, how I've dealt it. You can take your own lessons from it, but there are many lessons that can be learned from the very many women in the room. So the first thing I like to start with is that there are many accidents in history, but there are no accidents of nature. There are many accidents in history, but there are no accidents of nature. And the way God designed everything is that we're full of color when you look at fruits, we're full of variety when you look at people, and there's male and there's female. Men and women were blessed with different things. And if you're not careful, when you think in the context of this gender conversations, there's often an assumption that women want to have what men want. It is true in some sense that women want to have what men want, but women don't want to be like men. And I always take the view that women don't want equality. What women want is equity. They want to have access to the same opportunities to behave as themselves. Now, the difference between men and women is often considered as a weakness. The average man is physically stronger than the average woman. And when we think about strength only in the physical sense. The reality is that the average woman is mentally and emotionally stronger than the average man, but that's not how we measure strength. When we talk to boys and we talk to girls and we describe them, when we're talking to our children, we don't realize from an early age what we're teaching them. But we generally describe boys in terms of their strength, and we describe girls in terms of their beauty. So these biases don't happen when we suddenly become grown women, we leave work and we want to start. It started, as soon as we were born, literally. And the bias is a two-way street. It's ingrained in all of us. It's not true that men are the only ones who are biased. Women are too. And bias comes in many forms. It takes many shapes. It comes in many, many colors. If I name a few professions, when I say doctor, you think man. When I say engineer, you think man. I say lawyer, you think man. I say CEO. The reality is that most people think man. If I say head of IT, most people think man. I'm speaking generally. This isn't true in all circumstances. But if I say teacher, say, that's a woman. If I say nurse, in fact, they say male nurse. If I say nurse, you'll assume it's a woman. If I talk about head of HR, you'll assume it's a woman. So there are many biases, that we carry. There are biases about how women should work. And Hilda talked about when she had her son, not wanting to go back to work. I dealt with the same thing when my first child was born. But the more I thought about it, I realized it was easier to be working in the office than to be managing this baby. So nobody told me to go back to work, but I considered, not going to work. And when many women step off, the career path at that time, organizations have to be deliberate in accommodating them. Every young man expects to, well, maybe not every young man, we're in 2022, the world is different now. But most young men I expect to get married to a woman and have children. We're in 2022, so different things can happen. But when families are being raised, even the progressive man, and I'm talking averages, I'm not talking everybody, even the progressive man expects that the issues that relate to children will be handled by the woman because, every mother expects her son to marry a good girl who learned how to cook, who learned how to do these things. And women deliberately teach their daughters. They're not as deliberate about their sons. I suppose that is in the old days because I believe that's changing now. My son makes the best sandwiches. My son is fantastic. I mean, I deliberately want the woman that captures him. He's only 14, by the way. I deliberately want the woman that he decides to settle with to come and thank me every day for raising this fine man to be what if I were to paint the picture of the person who provides fantastic support, blah, 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 that's what I'm working on. There are biases about whether women like to work together or not. There's often an assumption that women will not work together. Backbiting, this, that, and the other. Throughout my career, from my very first job, I've been blessed by women who walked a path and tried to pull me along with them. I don't think that anybody, and I try this with all the women that I work with. I've already made certain mistakes. You don't have to make them too. The reality is that you will make your own mistakes. So if I can help you avoid the pain of what I have walked, I would happily share. The assumptions about how a professional woman should look. The assumptions about how a successful woman should look. So if you're a professional woman, you're supposed to, and I don't mean any offense, but if you're a professional woman, you're supposed to have your hair a certain way. And when I first went natural in 2010, 12 years ago, it was not very popular at the time. And I remember somebody asking me in the office, one of my bosses said, Yewande, when will your hair experiment be over? And I said, it's not a hair experiment, it's here to stay. So you saw the picture that they put up. I pulled my hair back. It looks very different when I pull it back from when I let it down. And I let it down today deliberately so that you will see it in its full glory. But my hair was pulled back like that. I had a meeting at the National Assembly and a senator said to me, madam, when are you going to go to the salon to do your hair? I said, to do what? I only went to the salon 2 weeks ago. I go every 6 to 8 weeks. He said, no, you're supposed to do your weave on. And he was offering to pay for it because his assumption was that my hair was too rough. It may be rough, but I'm loving it. And I hope you are too. So the assumptions about how professional and successful women should dress. I am not surprised that the CEO of Jobberman is wearing a shirt. Where is his jacket? The assumption, though, is that women should always be fully dressed. So I said today, I suspect that man will not wear a jacket, and I'm not going to wear one either. When men become very successful, they can wear t-shirts, they can wear jeans, and they are still going to work. But a woman is supposed to dress in a particular way because they put us, in all these little boxes. So I came here deliberately. I chose what I wore deliberately. I like white shirts, but I also like frills. And I extended it with a pair of trousers today that also happens to have frills. But in the work that I did in banking, there's a particular way that you're supposed to dress. And I didn't want to look like a man. I wanted to look like me. There are assumptions about what women should do and how they should be addressed once they get married. It is true that most women, like the MRS title and will change their names when they get married. I never liked it. I was 19 years old when I met, my mother had a salon and I used to work in her salon. So I met this young lady who came to make her hair. She she would not have been more than 23 years old. So I asked her, what's your name? And I expected Shade, Folake, Ngozi, Nkechi. And she said, I am Mrs. Such and such. She could not have been more than 3 or 4 years older than me. And it irritated me that she did not even describe, that she could not tell me her name. She was now Mrs. what and what, and she expected to be addressed as such. And I said at that age, at 19, that when I got married, I was not going to change my name. So I'm Miss Sadiko and I wear it with pride. I'm not saying there's something wrong with changing your name. I'm just saying that the reality is that women should have access to the same choices, that men do. I only know of one man who, legend says, changed his name when he got married to his wife's name. I don't know any other man who has done that. And I say legend because I don't know whether it is true. And I won't say his name in case it is not true, so I'm not accused of spreading false news. So the assumption often at work is that men and women want the same. And it is true, they want the same in terms of equity, not equality. And I'll tell you what equity means for me. Equity means that equality means we give everybody the same thing. And that may be fine if you assume that the universal human, in the Bible, when they say man, it is not man they are referring to, it's man and woman. But quite often, because of that universal human, the assumption is that if you say we are doing something for all employees, in fact, in many instances, when you're doing something for all employees and it is the same, you are getting it wrong. Because women at certain times in their lives need to work differently, not less, but differently. And Hilda gave the example of flexible hours and the like. I came upon Proverbs 31 when my daughter was an infant. I was struggling with the challenges of work and home. I wanted to be the best person at home. I wanted to be my best person at work. But I struggled with what it meant in reality. And an older friend referred me to Proverbs 31. I'm a Muslim. From reading it, my life changed because it talked in reality about all the things that a virtuous woman, a virtuous wife is supposed to do. If you read what it says and the obligations that it places on women, it tells you that the life of a woman was not really meant to be easy. Because you're meant to wake up at dawn and make food for your household and for your maidservant. I thought you got maidservant so that you didn't have to wake up early. And it talked about women building businesses. It talked about women making investments. It talked about women looking after children. It talked about women looking after families. It recognized that women have the obligation, and the like to juggle a myriad of things. And it is important that executive director, executive producer, all of that is in the office. And when you get home, you hang it by the door and you wear the jacket that fits the position that you take on, when you're at home. And it's important, I tell a lot of young women that you should not allow success to rob you of the things that are important in family life. It does not change, the need for success, but you should still try to be you. Now, how do we break this bias? I think it is important to build a reputation for hard work. And I talked about Proverbs 31 and what it says. Sleep is fantastic, but you don't need that much sleep at that time of the morning. Perhaps you can catch it sometime in the day, but waking up early and doing things in advance of when everybody else does is something you probably can't get away with. It's not only building a reputation for hard work, it's about the quality of the delivery. Developing a reputation for high quality delivery gives you a lot of leverage. I skive every now and then, I hope none of my former employers is listening, but I did not skive often, but some days you just don't feel like doing it. You can get away with it occasionally if you already have a reputation for hard work. But if you start with trying to get away with it, you will set a reputation for yourself that is different from what you'd like. Be very, very aggressive, be very, very intentional about investing and building a passive income. Be very aggressive and be very intentional. You will never earn enough to start investing. However much you earn now, however little you earn now, it's important to build that culture of investing because it gives you the ability to make different kinds of decisions in future. I would not have been able to take the job, the NIPC job, if I had not worked hard enough to build passive income that could cover me and cover my family, my own contributions to the family in the years when, government doesn't pay that well. Mr. Adefisayo, government doesn't pay that well. But the opportunity to serve gives you, it's a different career path. It gives you an option to learn different things, to learn about how Nigeria is, why Nigeria is the way it is, not the way we expect it to be, and gives you, the chance to be able to say, to have earned the right in future to say, I did my bit when I could. I stood up to be counted. There's certain choices you cannot make if you have not built a comfortable enough nest egg to be able to make those kinds of choices. So I encourage women to be very aggressive. I encourage women to surround themselves with excellent support. And the fulcrum of your support, when you become an adult and you start working, it starts with the choice of your life partner. He's not the best looking man, he's not the richest man. It's the one that is your chief advocate that promotes you inside and outside. So that choice of life partner is incredibly important. It's also important to support yourself with staff. Support staff that, like you, are unapologetic about the quality of their work and work hard. You normally get that when you pay people right, but paying people right is not enough. You also need to treat them right. So the same way you would like your own employers to pay you well and to treat you right is the same compliment that you need to extend, to those who work for you. Network, network, network. You cannot build anything, small business, medium business, large business, without networking, without extending your networks, without extending the circle of influence. But network as yourself. Men and women network differently. Men would leave the office and they can go to they have a lot of these men's clubs. Thankfully, the number of women's clubs now, but even the women's clubs run differently from men's clubs because women have obligations by far in almost all families. The primary obligation of looking after young children and aged family members falls on women. And you need to balance that in the context of, networking. But network, you must do it as a woman, leverage friends, leverage different circles, and leverage support networks. Learn from front runners. You can't have everybody mentor you. You can't have, and you go to speak at an event and 25 people will come and meet you and say, I want you to mentor me. I can't, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that if I did that, I would not be speaking at any events. Listen to, learn from, different colleagues throughout my career. There was nobody that I modeled myself perfectly after. I learned from many people. I learned from Nimi about the importance of putting your children and their needs first. I learned about Proverbs 31 from Uluwande. I learned about hard work from Yinka. I learned about dignity and comporting yourself and being wise from Shola. I learned different things, from many people. Network, network, network. But you can never make a withdrawal if you have not made a deposit. As with finances, relationships are the same. So you have to make emotional deposits, which means doing things for people. I'm not suggesting that you kill yourself. I'm saying find the capacity to. But make emotional deposits, help people with the things that you can. It's not everything that's a matter of money. Sometimes giving your time, sometimes providing advice and the like. There are many times, and the assumption, I talked about assumptions and biases. The assumption is that professional women are cold-hearted. that they've lost their souls, but we know it is not true. The assumptions that when a woman steps out of the career, and Hilda talked about that when she spoke, that she does not want to go back. Give them opportunities to go back. The assumptions that a woman who has worked for a long time wants to continue working for a long time. I left my last job in September 2021, and I decided when I finished that job that I was not going to work for some time. Because where my children are in their lives now, where my family is in its life now, I needed to take a bit of a break to provide a different kind of support than I am able to when I am working full time. So if your organization can allow even professional women who have been running at 500 kilometers per hour to stop and breathe if they want to, I suspect by sometime later in the year, I'll be ready to go back to work. I mean, school fees still need to be paid, yes? But it is important to give women those options. There are many barriers. They're built in all of us. They were built before we were born. You cannot help it, but be shameless about breaking those barriers. And the barriers, as I said, come in many forms. They come in many shapes. They come in many characters. But be unapologetic about being who you are. The worst thing that can happen to any human being is to lose themselves, is to lose their soul on the journey to who they think they want to be. We talk about building leaders, and they're leaders as professionals, but they're also every one of us in this room, every one of you, everybody is a leader. You are leading your own community, you're leading your own family. When I say leading your own family, I'm not saying you're competing with your husband, but your children, your siblings, there are multitude of people that are looking up to you. You cannot be a true leader without being authentic. If you're trying to be somebody else, you cannot really lead properly. You cannot be authentic without integrity. So it's a function of being who you are. Be unapologetic about being your authentic self. Barriers come, barriers go. Be unapologetic about being you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the authentic Ms. Yewande Sadiku. A round of applause, please, for our keynote speaker for today's conversation. Amidst the number of things that she mentioned, I'm so grateful that you opened up your speech with the difference between gender equality and gender equity. And I often think of an image of, a young child wanting to look across a fence. And then depending on the height of the person, you gave them the same leverage. The shorter one still wouldn't see, because that's not what the shorter one needs. So you would give according to the need of the individual. And that's the difference, gender equality, gender equity. And then just, speaking about networking, very critical, very key, especially for us as women, and the different challenges or barriers that we face in the workplace. As she spoke, I don't know if you did the same thing. I started to think of my own internal biases when she mentioned the professions and who you would think of initially. And we come to events like this as gender advocates, gender specialists, and we're here to say, tell them. And sometimes we need to tell us, because in some ways we ourselves need to open up our minds and perhaps challenge our own personal biases against other people. So beyond, you thought you came here just to inform policy, but you're also here as well to receive some things and, think about things that you might also need to change. Talking about networking, we have a fantastic opportunity for that for the next few minutes. In the next few minutes, we're going to go on a tea break, or for the next few minutes, we're going to be on a tea break. And so we ask that please don't just go to the table and grab your tea, coffee, and quickly rush back to your seat and continue or wait for the next session. Speak to someone new, go with your cards, ensure that you break your personal bias of being self-conscious and shy and speak to at least 2 or 3 people. Is that a deal? Is that a deal? The reason I'm asking for a deal and agreement is that I saw some people just looking real like you're on your own. I'm just here to go there and come back, but we're doing things differently, aren't we? So please, for the next few minutes, it's really simple. The tea and coffee tables are just outside these doors. Again, like I mentioned, if you need help for anything at all, our ushers are more than happy to help you. You can bring in your tea and coffee into the room to have, to eat or to drink, or you can stay in the hall, have a chat, have a conversation, take a picture on the beautiful media wall, and use our hashtags for today's event: Jobberman Nigeria, Gender Roundtable 2022, and Gender Barriers Report. These are hashtags for today. Take lovely pictures, post them, use the hashtags. I would love to repost them as well. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a tea break. When we come back, we'll go into our second half of today's roundtable conversations. Don't forget, please speak to at least one person. And for our online audience, the online platforms have presented themselves to be a phenomenal way to connect with people, because guess what? They don't have to see your faces. They call some people social media warriors. It's easier to type things than to say it in person. So in the comment box, why don't you just share, my name is XYZ and this is what I do. You just might find someone who can connect with you in that way. So don't be left out. Grab your tea and coffee, take a comfort break, get a drink, and comment in the comment box. In a few minutes, in 15 minutes, we'll be back to continue today's roundtable conversation. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We're starting in 1 minute. So we're counting down from 59 seconds. I'd like to ask that you kindly take your seats respectfully. Thank you very much. We're very grateful, but we need to commence the second half. And so we ask that for those who are still in the corridors with their tea and coffee, you can actually bring in your refreshments into the hall as we proceed. Thank you very much. May I please ask that we kindly take our seats? We're starting in 30 seconds. 29. Thank you very much. There'll be more time for conversations and networking during lunch. We have a spread specially presented and provided, and that's more than enough time to have conversations. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Just a few things to mention before we go in deep, because the second half is going to be a, shall I say, roller coaster. It's just going to, as we begin, we continue and keep going until the end of today's meeting. But before then, just to remind us that we have free internet provision in the hall this morning. And so if you'd like to access it, kindly search for OHL on the Wi-Fi options. That's OHL, and it is absolutely free of charge. You don't need any password for that. So OHL, or for the passworded one, you can look for the Oriental Hotel and use the password internet. That's very simply put, internet. So we have free Wi-Fi internet provision for you. So please kindly use it. And whilst doing that, help us post pictures. When you post your pictures, kindly tag us, use the hashtags Jobberman Nigeria, Gender Roundtable 2022, and Gender Barriers Report. Thank you very much. We're going to be starting off today, the second half of today's meeting, with a poetry piece. And I'd like you to please pay close attention to the words of the poem. The thing about art and poetry as an expression of art is that it could be very powerful, a very artistic way of passing on a strong message. And to do that for us this morning, we have the honor of having with us Miss Priscilla Ahaiwe. A round of applause, please, as she comes to the podium. I think your applause is discouraging her from walking forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Please answer. Okay, I have two poems to read. The first one is on metaphor, and the second one is beyond the bias. So I'll start with the first one. On metaphor. I am not a metaphor, a like or an as. I am not a riddle of 8 syllables. I will not be described as an elephant or a ponderous house. My body is not a melon dawdling on 2 tendrils, neither is it an incubator for simply betting offsprings. I am not a motionless body of water, a loaf with its yeast rising, waiting to be consumed. I do not only have painted fingernails to show, or fluttering eyelashes, or dusty dreams filled with misfortunes. I am pure, triumphal, cerebral, boundless, situated in the center of earthly forces. I am black, unchained, flowing, regardless of billowing waves. I am not a barrier, your barrier, barricade, obstacle, hindrance, whatever adjective you prefer to use. I am not the hand that stops your flight. I am a propeller, your propeller, if only you'd let me. But hey, I am not asking for a chance, because I am the chance. Please clap. Beyond the bias. Bias, a concept well-coated and marinated in chauvinism, masqueraded as "let me help yous." A word well hidden in the supposed fragility of the other party. An idea of reading only the summary and making assumptions about a person, a group. A voice that constantly has one bowing their head in defeat, breathing forth their own sorrows. So I ask, how do we break the bias? How do we unmask the barriers? This I say, we pick up bias like a little piece of paper with out-of-date notes. We put bias between our fingers. We tear bias into tiny bits. We set bias to the flame and watch bias burn to pieces or to ashes. This is how we go beyond the bias. This is how we unmask those barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priscilla Highway. Please let's sustain the applause until she takes her seat. Thank you very much. And ending on the note of how do we break the bias? Beyond that, how are we unmasking the barriers? And to push it further, once it's been unmasked, how are we addressing the bias? Very important questions for each of us to respond to. On that note, we will be going into the panel session. It's going to be, I dare say, very engaging. We have thought leaders who have been carefully selected to participate in today's conversation. Before the panel conversation, where we would have all our panelists on stage, we're going to be hearing for her initial remarks, the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Lagos State. Ma'am, I'll please like to introduce you properly. Before you come on stage, I'm just setting a tone as to what the next few minutes will entail. I'll introduce her, after which I'll come back to introduce the moderator for this session, and then she'll go on to introduce the rest of the panelists. As we mentioned earlier on, it's an honor to have you, ma'am, with us today, and so it is on me to give a proper and befitting introduction. The panel session and the conversation they'll be having is around the theme, unmasking the barriers that limit women participation in Nigeria's labor market. The Honorable Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, before her appointment by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has been an active player in the education sector in Nigeria. As the Honorable Commissioner for Education, she's supporting the governor of the state, His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, in revolutionizing education in many uncommon ways. She has nearly 40 years working experience spanning banking operations, organizational restructuring, human resources management, international trade, and education. She retired from Corona Schools Trust Council in 2010 after serving as the executive director and CEO for 8 years. She voluntarily served as the director of Corona Secondary School Agbara from 2010 to 2014. She has a full profile on page 5 of your brochure. And without further ado, I'd like to bring to the podium to give her speech, and also as one of our distinguished panelists, Honorable Mrs. Folasade Adefisayo, BSc Honors, MBA, IPGCE, MA.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and the few gentlemen in the room. It's good to be in your midst. When I was asked to talk, I had written the normal, bland, civil service kind of paper. You know that paper, typical goodwill message that's quite bland and wishes you all the best and says we too are doing this and that. But when I got here and I listened to one or two people, I said, no, that isn't going to work. So I'm going to take it from the perspective of stories, and I'm going to ride on the previous speakers, ride on the backs of the previous speakers, because they've said so much. So I'll talk about my life story as well. That how did I get to this point? And that introduction didn't talk about me in a different way, because I'm a very different kind of person. And I think I rarely allow that to get into profiles. But I hope today I'll let you see what an unusual journey it has been. So let's talk about, when they said, when you think about HR, who do you think about? Women. My dad was an HR manager. When you think about things like maths and co, what do you think about? Men. My mother was a maths teacher. So maybe that's the first thing. So let me start from there. From home, I think when we talk about these biases, I think we really, really have to address what women face from birth, from home, because that sets the tone. Before you even go into the workplace, you already believe yourself inferior if you were brought up in a particular way. I look back on my life, and my father passed on in 2007, but in all the years that I lived with him as a child, I have no recollection of my father saying anything about boys and girls. And I think that was what gave me the confidence to go out and be whatever I wanted to be. It was like, go out, my father wanted us all to go to university. Yes, he was ready to pay school fees for everybody. And he did have quite a number of children. I mean, he was a fine man and he liked the ladies. So that was there. So he wanted us all to go to university, but he wanted us to just study whatever we wanted to study. He was quite unhappy that none of us studied music, for example. But we had the typical doctor, engineer, all those professions. But he wanted a musician because he was also an unorthodox kind of man. So I think that gave me the initial push. I'll give you an anecdote. I used to drive him around because I was followed by two boys who are very, very troublesome. And so he would say, look, I'm going to, my father was an Ijesha man, and he believed you were rather unfortunate if you were not an Ijesha person. Because there's a saying that God lives in Elisha. So whenever he was going for meetings at home, he would say, I have a meeting in Elisha today, who's taking me? The two boys would jump the fence and run away. I would drive my father. And he would sit at the back with his hand like this, reading. A policeman stopped him once. Baba, why are you allowing your daughter to drive? He said, so if you don't have any sons, your daughter will not drive you. He said, she can drive, let her drive. I recollect one day we had a flat tire. We parked. My dad got out, sat on a tree, watching me. I said, how are we going to change the tire? He said, maybe you want to drive. If you drive, you do all the things that come with driving. Change the tire. You know how to change the tire on the way to Ife. In the bush somewhere, on the way to Ife, and my father sat there reading a newspaper. Periodically, I was crying. Tears were flowing. And he kept telling me, that means I will slap you if you misbehave. I had to change that tire. So I think that kind of even a playing field, so to speak, made me go out and believe that I could be anything that I wanted to be. And that has followed me all my career. So it always came as a shock to me when men behaved in a certain way at work. Because I think, first of all, we really have to talk to our parents, mothers as well. Because my son is a superb cook. What do you cook with? Your hands. Boys have hands, girls have hands. Therefore, you can cook. And you can look after the house. You can do all the things that girls do in the house. There's no difference between him and the girls. I was very insistent on that. But there were other things I was insistent on his case, on how to treat a lady. Take me out to dinner. Pay for the food. Open the door for me. Pull back my seat. Talk to me. Engage with me during dinner. These are all the things I told, because I want him, and he's married now, and I think he is the kind of husband whose wife knows that she's got a gem of a husband. So I think we have to start from home. The barriers, when you go out, when you have certain confidence, you can face the world. But when even from home, you're already belittled. So I think for us women, Yewande made a very strong point. Careful about the man you marry. Be very careful, because he may be the one that will pull down your girls. Say women, because I totally remember a former minister in Nigeria, sports minister, who was asked about women's football, who said, oh, we breed our women for childbearing. I never forgave him. So I think the barriers are there. Everybody accepts that. The facts are clear. Workplaces are better environments when there are more women. The facts are clear. Women are very hard. I like working with women. In the education sector, you work more with women, isn't it? But I found that some of the most hardworking, creative, disciplined, interesting, innovative people are actually women, when they put their hearts to it, when they have not been belittled by societal expectations. And so I think our role, so that's why the second barrier and how we need to overcome, for me, is for us older women, older executives, younger ones and so on, to pull everybody up as well. Be warm, be kind. Don't ill-treat women, because I too have been ill-treated by women. I remember a position came up when I was still in the bank for head of treasury. And it was between me and a man. And the woman, the female senior manager, said something like, he should get the job, he's a man. It wasn't based on performance. If she had said, well, his performance and so on, but she said he's a man, he needs to get the job. Why? So I think we too have to look inward. I think I'm saying this because I quote my father a lot. He had this poem. He would say, blame not the times in which he was the type of, if you offend him, you read him a poem. You have to say certain things. Remember the child of whom you are, that kind of thing. This one was, blame not the times, blame not the circumstance. I can't remember the poem well, but it ends with, blame thyself, O man. So I always say, look inward. Let's look inward as well. And so in breaking the barriers, let us also come to work with an open mind and be ready and open to work with anybody. I have no problems working with men. I have no problems with working with women. We are all human beings. We are all supposed to inhabit this earth, and we're all supposed to benefit and to contribute our best. And so what I think we all have to do is to be fair and transparent and be willing to work with either sex. So I'm very particular about that. Everybody knows, like I said, that workplace is better when there are more women. And as for things like backbiting and gossip, it's because you have not sat with men. Is to say, we're all human beings. We are all human beings. And theirs too can be vicious and bloody. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was how workplace. Now, living home, living that, that cocoon, that environment where I was happy and comfortable and treated as if I was just like any other person, and going to the workplace. Something struck me. And I think workplaces really have to think about this. The flexibility that they spoke about. Because it's not easy when you are having children. I remember every morning waking up at about 5 because I just couldn't leave my baby with the house help. So I used to drive to my mother-in-law's house every morning. And you know, there was odd and even. Many of you can't remember, maybe you were born even after that. But in Lagos, odd cars went out on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, even cars on Tuesday and Thursday. So every couple had to have both. So I had an odd numbered car. My husband had an even numbered car. But he took the car on the road to work because his own office was in Lagos. And I took the car that wasn't on the road. So I had to go through a very tortuous route to drop my daughter, to drop my baby, my son or my daughter. And then from there, take a taxi, or because I just got fed up, take a taxi to work and come back and pick my daughter. It was a very tortuous trip, and it was a very difficult 4 years. Let me put it like that. So I think if work builds in flexibility, and thank God, we can also say thank God for COVID, but thank God that out of COVID, Phoenix has come out of the ashes. And one of the things that has arisen from the ashes is the fact that it's possible to work from home. Nothing is going to happen at work. In fact, productivity is probably higher because it forces you to work longer hours. Maybe it's 8 to 5. You know, there you work maybe 7 to midnight when you're online, isn't it? So I think flexibility, be willing to work with women in a flexible way. And I think we have to train men and women. I think we really have to change mindsets. We have to do a lot of work on that. You know, women face a lot of things at work. I recollect a boss of mine in the bank. I just had my baby and I came to work. I think he was talking to me and he said something like, "You're very beautiful after pregnancy." I thought it was a totally inappropriate remark. Do you think it's appropriate? It's not. But he thought he was saying something nice to me. But I thought that he had looked beyond where he should have looked at. Yes, he had looked beyond. Yeah, it was totally none of his business to say such a thing about me. But in those days, you know, you just laughed it off. But I think we have to train people to understand what we mean by sexual harassment. Because sometimes they think they are being nice to you. Like my boss who said, "You are very beautiful in pregnancy," and said, "Well, when you are done, maybe we can meet up." You know, when you are shocked. Like I had the baby like 2 or 3 weeks after. So I told him, I said, "Well, very nice of you. Nobody feels beautiful in this state. You've made me feel very beautiful. I thank you." He said, "What about meeting up?" I said, "Let the thing happen now, then we meet up. But first of all, let me have the baby, then I will see you and we will meet up at that time." You know, when he saw my face, he never mentioned meeting up after it all. But it's clear that we have to train people. We have to make our workplaces safe places for our staff. We have to give women real leadership opportunities, because I was reading through yesterday, and one of the things I saw was that many women enter the workplace, even in education. There are more female teachers, right? But have you noticed it at primary school? By the time you get to secondary school, the men start taking over. And by the time you go for meetings or school leaders, it's mostly men. I'm not talking about ownership. The proprietaresses are women, but the people running the school tend to be the men, because there's something in between called the broken rung. That is why you are climbing up that ladder. At a point, there's a rung, you know, something breaks in between. So how do you move on from there? So it's not just getting into workplace. Banks recruit women, don't they? They like them. They want to use them for all sorts of unnecessary purposes, salacious purposes. But when it comes to entering the boardroom, they are not that ready to allow them in. Of course, there are more women MDs today, but if you watch the banks, if you watch where they work, you'll see that I want to see a woman as MD of First Bank. That's it. Yeah, I won't say more than that. I want to see a woman as MD of Nigerian breweries, of Nigeria bottling and places like that. That's what we want. I'm not belittling what those women have done. They've been fantastic. They are the shoulders on which many of you are standing on. But I think we still need to ensure that we break beyond where they've broken to, and you know, really, really get to the top of this profession. I want to see a woman as governor of Central Bank. Can you imagine if a woman was running the economy of this country? Don't you run your home? You run your home, you run your business, you run your office, you run your family, your extended family. What is there about running the economy of this country? You mean you can't do it? So it's time for us to start to push for all these things in the workplace, give women real leadership opportunities and not just make them HR director and feel that, oh, we've done everything. And as the daughter of an HR person, I totally appreciate that profession, but I think we need we need technical directors, finance directors. Can you imagine a woman handling the finances of a company? I don't want to say more than that. So I think I'm trying to use the story of my life. And I will round up by talking about two people. I'm the sports enthusiast. No, let me talk about bringing up your children too. Because I'm very, 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 very hung on that. I have 2 daughters. I didn't bring them up to be just anyhow. My 2 daughters can cook, yes, but so can my son. My 2 daughters, I have one who just graduated. And someone asked me about her. I said, oh, she clocked 30 yesterday. That's my last child. So she finished her PhD. 6 years into that PhD, she never asked for money from home because she dances professionally. A very graceful professional dancer. And you know, when you dance professionally now, even if you don't win a prize, everybody who dances gets something. So she goes around dancing. So she's always getting, and once in a blue moon, she manages to win something. You know, dancing professionally, doing hair and things like that. So she's on her own. I don't think anybody can put her down. She knows who she is. She's authentic, to use these words. So I want to urge all of us who have girls, make sure your girls know who they are, comfortable in their skin, happy to be women, hardworking, not dependent on anybody. When I asked her, why don't you call home and ask for school fees? She said, in her first year, she was complaining, my parents haven't sent my money, blah, 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 blah. Her roommate, an American, said, what? Your parents pay your fees? She said, yes, why? She said, aren't they supposed to? The friend said, no, how old are you? You're of age. Come on, go get a job and leave your parents alone. And so she started working and still doing well. And that's when she started getting jobs. So I want you to bring up your girls to be different. And I learned by talking about the dress code. When I was coming here, you know, I'm a civil servant now, and we don't dress like this. So I know that. But when I was coming, I said, all those fine ladies, I don't know. So let me try and look a little bit like them. In my car, there is another jacket, it's an Ankara jacket. So that when I leave here, I'll take this off and wear that one. Just to say, just be yourself. So not being myself, coming here and wanting not to be, I said, they shouldn't look down on me and say, see, the civil servant, see how they are, you know. But now I can see that, and I'm happy to say that with this generation, you are yourself. The room is colorful, the room is nice. We are not saying because our men wear jackets, we must all wear jackets. So I think we've got to keep on carrying this message. I thank you for inviting me to speak. I thank you. But before I allow you to call the next set of persons, let me end with my speech where I talked about 2 people. Do you know Usain Bolt? Who's he? How many people here know Shelley Ann Fraser-Price? Raise up your hands if you do. She and Usain Bolt ran almost at parallel times over their lifetimes. She has more gold medals than him, from more competitions than him. The fastest woman, and only overtaken last year or so, but we do not know her. But she even left to have a baby, and she came back faster than ever. So that tells you something, isn't it? That the 2 careers, pari passu, over the same period, one just as illustrious as the other. In a lot of ways, one breaking many barriers, because women who are sportswomen know, they feel once you start having children, you feel that that's the end. She had her baby, she came back faster than ever. I want us to remember that she's an unsung heroine, and I want us all as women to remember that we must celebrate ourselves as well. let's shout out to the rooftops. Let's know the women who are doing well. Let's celebrate them. Let's push them up. Let's support them. Don't bring them down. So that's my final word. Thank you very much.
In the spirit of celebrating women who deserve to be celebrated, can we really honor and celebrate our Honorable Commissioner of Education? Aren't we blessed in Lagos State? It's no longer, you know, there are 12, yes, of the women as commissioners in cabinet. Amazing. You know, we spoke about, I think it was during the documentary, tokenism, where sometimes you put women there as a token just to fill up the quota or the numbers. Also, they can say that you are fulfilling the SDGs and you're having equal number of women in leadership. But it is wonderful to celebrate women who go in, get the work done, sometimes not celebrated or given the kudos that they deserve. When we come to platforms like this, it gives us an opportunity to really raise an ovation for them and honor and celebrate them. So one more time, please, let's honor Honorable Commissioner Mrs. Folasade Adefisayo. And speaking about that too, we cannot but mention when we talk about public servants, Miss Yewande Sadiko as well, for the phenomenal work that she did while she was at NIPC. We recognize it, every opportunity we celebrate it. And it's instructive that Jobberman Nigeria have chosen to work in partnership with WIMBIZ, because one thing they do very well is to spotlight women who are doing phenomenal things, women who attain and achieve. So if you follow them, they're always posting up, this person has gotten promotion, you know, to this level, this woman is now the CEO, now has been appointed XYZ. Very important, because if we don't do it, they won't do it for us. And in sports, as I just introduced the panel moderator, we talk about the Super Eagles. We're not going to the World Cup this year, but the Super Falcons are doing phenomenal, you know, the phenomenal work. They're always winning medals. They're always doing things. And we don't really celebrate their achievements because we focus on the men a lot. So I'm hoping that very soon, we're not in any way downplaying the work that the men have done, the greats of Amokachi, you know, Stephen Keshi, when football was really good. But we must also begin to honor and acknowledge women who do a lot in working under the most bizarre of circumstances and still coming out.
I also wish to bring to your attention some changes in the board of directors since the last annual general meeting.
Public policy advisor, transformational coach for visionary leaders. Through her work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building, she deploys her extraordinary gift of unlocking potential in women, in people, institutions, and nations. She's been recognized and awarded by several organizations and bodies, and we have the honor of having her moderate the panel session, and she'll introduce the rest of the panelists. Please let's make very welcome on stage, Debola Deji Kurumi.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Very excited to be here, and I know that you have already been having a phenomenal time. The quality of conversations in the room today by thought leaders and women that we look up to and admire as well have definitely shifted, you know, the energy and the work that we have set before us. Allow me to commend Jobberman and WIMBIZ again for this great convening as we unmask the gender biases against women, especially in Nigeria's labor market. We are getting on into the panel session, and we are going to be sitting into the conversation around how can we unmask the barriers that limit women's participation in Nigeria's labor market. And we're going to be welcoming our panelists. We already have on the stage the Honorable Folasade Adefisayo. Can we celebrate her again for the exciting insights that she offered us in her introductory speech? We also have coming on board Esiri Agbeyi. She's a partner at PwC and heads the people and organization team. Can we really, really celebrate her? Onto the stage, you would find a full debrief of her bio on page 8. Okay, going on, let's welcome Zainab Aliyu, who is CEO at Abo, a stylish luxury leather brand. Please let's welcome her. You would find her bio on page 9 of the brochure. I will need you to do better with the welcomes, please. We also have coming right up Hilda. We've got Olufunke Baruwa. She's Program Officer, Gender, Racial, and Ethical Justice, Ethnic Justice at Ford Foundation. Let's welcome her. She'll join us online and she'll be fully part of a convening. We've got Hilda Kabushenga Kragha. She's Managing Director, Rome Africa Jobs. And you've already listened to her today. Can we do it better? Okay, excited to be here and I hope you are too. It's going to be interactive, it's going to be insightful, and I just generally look forward to a phenomenal time. Like we said, we are going on to this session around what it will take to really unmask the barriers that limit women's participation in Nigeria's labor market. And this is definitely an important conversation to have. 45.5% of Nigeria's labor market has women. But of that percentage, over 90% are in the informal sector. And we still see very wide divides existing between the earnings and the reward or compensation system for women in same roles, same professions as men. And it's placed at between 39 and 41% women in same roles, similar industries as men, earning way less. And obviously, all through the day, we've been exploring these limitations and barriers, educational access opportunities, policies, the type of people development decisions, and even workplace cultures that women require to thrive in different seasons of their lives, just because of the uniqueness that comes with being who we are. And we have an array of panelists today who will do justice to this conversation. I would love to start with you, Hilda, today. Given the work that you've done from the days at McKinsey, I hope I don't have any. Okay, there's one here. Thank you. The work you've done from your days at McKinsey onto things you've been able to achieve at Rome Africa Jobs. What do you find to be the way to really start the conversations in terms of if the barriers against women in the workplace were real or if they were myths? What have you experienced? Are these issues real? What Jobberman has said in its research is that the top 3 layers of these barriers are personal barriers, family and organizational barriers, and then policy and cultural barriers. Are they real? And what have you found in experience?
I think they're definitely real. Not I think, I know they're real, right? At all the 3 levels, and even using myself as an example, but many women I've worked with, I've lived with. From a personal perspective, again, the Honorable Commissioner said something that I'm going to probably recite for the rest of my life. The less barriers there are in the home, the more confidence you have to face the world. And this is something you probably didn't realize was that quotable when you said it, but it really is. So even when you get into the workplace, you come carrying 1,000 small biases in personal perspective around, am I good enough? Can I do this? Can I always be here? Can I be present? Is my home failing? All these things happen on a personal level. At an organizational level, you experience it as well. You're up for promotion, you're also pregnant, or you're away at maternity leave and life is progressing. You try to come back, you're not sure how to fit in. You're looking for sponsors, mentors in the workplace. You can't see many. I think it's super real. Then, of course, there's the structural ones. I think I grew up in a country where, for better or worse, our president's word is law. And there are certain things that happened when I was growing up that really changed the structure of women education and empowerment in Uganda. I'm from Uganda. Things like, almost like a hard quota system. What if you're going for medicine and you're a woman, you get 1.5 more points than a man. So the woman gets it. And those things really made a difference from a structural perspective. I'm not saying that's the answer, but I'm saying that third concentric circle, hard work has to be done there as well from the policies, flexible hours, or like this law around women can't work at night. I think the conversation begins with handing agency back to the women, saying that, I want to make my decision, because if we're empowering them and we're trying to say you've got control over this, you can't be making laws on your behalf as well, right? And that decision making, that agency has to be returned to the women.
I love it. I think that's a great place to really commend the thoughts that have come in. Hilda, I agree absolutely with you. I love what you've said, agency has got to be restored to the woman. But can we extend it a bit to say women must own agency? And I'm going to allow you all take a moment, just about a minute each. My question to you will be, in the course of my work, I find again and again that women hold barriers against themselves, right? And I find many cases, if we don't break those barriers that we hold against ourselves, those limitations that we have about how good we are and how capable we are to command commercial value or create change or build a vision or go for what we want, regardless of the odds, we can't really proceed to talk about the barriers that exist in the workplace or in culture or even with policies. What are your thoughts? What have you found to be barriers you held against yourself, or you found that women hold against themselves in the pursuit of a vision or a dream? Okay, so I'm going to start with you, Honorable Folasade Adefisayo.
Thank you. I was hoping I would hear from the other ladies. But yeah, I think, yeah, the women have to, I hope you don't mind if I say, craft it again. Maybe my mind was.
Okay, ma'am.
I thought they would speak.
Yes.
So I was thinking.
So we've got barriers. Before we get into those institutional barriers, workplace barriers, we sometimes hold our own selves back. Sometimes they've called it imposter syndrome. What have you found to be standing sometimes in our own way that we created and that limits our ability to go for gold with our vision?
Absolutely. It comes from you, from inside you. And once you go in and you lack confidence and belief in yourself, you are going to act it out in the workplace. That there's no doubt about that at all.
The belief in your own self, is going to show in how you turn up at the workplace and deliver
absolutely.
value.
Absolutely. And it happens throughout life. I mean, I can't say at this age, I don't feel it, because of course, getting into the public service in Lagos, I've always worked in private practice. So getting to a place where people had a different mindset. I won't say theirs was worse or it was just different from mine. I also had the initial fears, like, am I good enough? Can I do this? Can I work with these people? And eventually I found that, look, just be yourself.
How did you overcome it?
I must confess that at a point I had a coach. Yeah, yeah, I had a coach. And she coached me through. I said, I don't talk because I don't know anything about, I don't mention. She said, you were not made a commissioner just to comment on education. You were made a commissioner because they believe that you know many things. So you should comment. So she used to give me homework. She would say at the meeting, what did you say? Did you say anything? She'll say, you have to talk. When, say, the Attorney General speaks, you two have got to say, oh yes, I've noticed that law. So I got quite nervous, but I had a coach take me through that. And
so good.
Yeah. And
Thank
she helped
you so
me.
much, Ma.
Yeah.
So good. Zainab, what will be your thoughts? What personal barriers had you faced that were you against you, consciously or unconsciously, and how did you break them?
Is that better? Yes. Okay. Hi. So I'd say an individual is an outcome of their education, their experiences, and their exposure, right? So your education, your environment, and your experiences. So it all begins from nurture. When you're born, you know, the upbringing you have at home in terms of instilling confidence, self-esteem, building your self-esteem, and just knowing who you are, right? Once that's instilled from nurture, it's now down to you as you grow in life to understand yourself, to understand your strengths and your weaknesses, and to work on those gaps. So it takes a lot of self-reflection. So your parents do their own bit, your environment, your education, but then it's now down to you to really know your authentic self. And it takes work. You have to reflect internally, identify your strengths and your weaknesses, and smash limiting beliefs that might have been created in your mind or due to societal expectations or constructs or stereotypes. So it takes constant work to really be conscious of who you are and remain true to yourself. And yeah.
So good. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's a good place to celebrate the thought over there again. I'm going to you, Siri, and I truly commend the work you've done with people and organizational development, both internally within the consulting space and then also even delivering that for, you know, industry-specific firms that you've had the opportunity to work with. What do you find to be barriers within small and medium-scale enterprises, if you've interacted a lot with them, in the way that they structure their organizations, and how do those hold women back from fully showing up and participating, delivering value in the labor market?
So thanks for that. I think taking it from SMEs might be somewhat different, because I think that for the most part, you find SMEs have a higher percentage of female representation. When you even look at the statistics as well, just looking at the informal sector, you find a lot more women in the informal. And there is a World Bank report that speaks to women being more represented, even in the informal space in Africa, at 58%. So coming down to Nigeria, you tend to have the same similarities. But I guess what you then start to see is that as companies or as some of these enterprises grow, in the absence of structures and processes, you then find that it gives way. So you started out with good intentions. You started it perhaps as a female founder, but then in passing on the ranks, you then don't have the right structures for either employing rights and retaining rights. So you find that that gap is really huge at that space. And then when you get to bigger organizations who are now embracing the talk about gender equality and all, they are making more intentional efforts about saying, I need to change the way I hire. I need to change the way I retain people on board. Whereas you see the gap in that SME space where we've grown to a certain extent and we've just lost thought about the structure and processes. And we're just all about making cash and turning it around. And one of the key things really is going back to base in terms of training people. Because the truth is, whether we like it or not, the country has a huge gap in education. And if we're not able to address it at that base level, it transcends into the workplace. And the people that we have within the workplace command the tone and the results or the outcomes that we see. So if you have someone who is employed with a mindset that has come from a background that has been impoverished to say that men are stronger than women, and they view men more as leaders, they would employ more men than they would women. If you don't train and reorientate people to think differently, you will continue to spread that same message within the organization.
So good. I love it. And I think what strikes me about most powerfully from the things you've shared is even though the informal sector has so many women and the SME space is actively there, the absence of the right structure and culture ultimately doesn't provide what could become even a growth path, a career progression path for women. And you find that the poorly paid compensation isn't excellent. and they're displaced in the presence of those challenges with changes in seasons, you give birth and all of that. So maybe what I hear today, especially if there are SME owners, entrepreneurs listening to us, whether they're female or male, is to never think we're too young or too small a business to begin to put in those right system structures and culture that sort of promote women's participation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I love it. I want to go back to you, man, because I know that an important part of the Jobberman research through this gender roundtable is to explore how to grow the participation of women in the labor market in Lagos and Kaduna and Kano. And the divides are enormous. Access to education, opportunities, resources, and policies have a huge gap between the South and the West. In fact, access to adult education for women is about at a 57% in Lagos or in the Southwest, and just about at a paltry 13% in the North. What is Lagos? How has Lagos been looking at what is required to strengthen and empower women from the point of view of, access to education, financial inclusion, and even the policies that support and protect them?
Thank you very much for the question. In Lagos, I think generally, most girls go to school at primary school level. Most girls. The level of attrition, but there's a high level of attrition. And by the time you get to secondary school, junior, they even transit. Like we find that from our own public primary schools, at least 90% of them also transit. But it's after that that the attrition starts. And by the time you get to SS3, you find that there are still more girls in school than boys at that stage. But
more girls in school, even to the senior secondary school level.
The level of transition is very high in the public school system among boys because of the distractions in the environment. And so there are still more girls, but the girls still face a lot of barriers, a lot of problems, because they tend to be working children. They tend to be house helps and or apprentices somewhere or the other. And so they are what you call partially in school. They get to school late because they have to drop madam's children at school. They leave early because they have to go and pick madam's children. They don't do homework because when they get home, they are going to cook, clean and everything. They don't do lesson, and so home doesn't reinforce what is happening in school. And so it's quite difficult. But what we've tried to do is to ensure that, is to keep working on ensuring that the gender parity remains the same. Because sometimes our own policies could drive girls out of school. For example, there is a special school we have, alternative school for girls. And that's for girls who unfortunately got pregnant. Yeah, they can go to school. They go to school. And interestingly, they have almost 100% WAEC pass. Because, then they are focused. They are very focused. Because something has gone wrong. Now you have to, stay focused and do well. So there are such policies, there are such schools, there are such, and of course, the cultural practice in the environment ensures that the girls do go to school. And we have a Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation that have a lot of adult education classes around the state. Of course, we have the advantage that we can use the public schools, public buildings, and so on. So they teach a lot of things, even literacy, numeracy, as well as work-related trades. Still not uhuru. I don't want to give the impression that all is perfect, but there are structures in place and there are deliberate plans to ensure that women are able to, enter the workforce. And I should add that when I said the cabinet, there are 12 women in the cabinet. The governor is very proud of us. And we are in ministries like Works. So it's not that they put us, yes, women are peers, yeah, sure. But we are in ministry, which is important because we do have to take care of ourselves. Yes. So they are also in Works, in wealth creation, in establishment, in tourism, so that we are in places that are extremely strategic and important to the government. So again, that sends a message that women are critical. Many of our firm sets, I can't say the number now, but I do know that more than half of our firm sets are women.
Okay, that's a good to celebrate.
I don't know who will be happy to take this question. I'm looking to receive questions from our online participants as well. And I am happy to welcome Olufunke Barua whenever you want her tuned in as a part of a conversation. But we have this interesting, almost controversial divide concerning thoughts about the role of religion on how women are able to participate in entrepreneurial activity and engage as valuable members of society. We've got a part of the school of thought that says, hey, when a woman begins to engage in religious activities, her sense of identity grows, as a sense of connection with God grows, and she begins to see herself as having agency and having something to contribute. But we also have a separate school of thought that says religion, especially in Africa, is still steeped in patriarchy. And women are often, is that something I'm doing? Okay, it's not from us. Okay. So they say religion is still steeped in patriarchy, and women don't have as much access to the tools that allow them become independent thinkers and able to fully express their capabilities within a corporate environment. And I just want to know what your thoughts are. You could start with what is done for you or what you find that it's doing for society and the world around us. Is religion a trigger and a driver for excellent participation of women in the world of work and in the labor market, whether formal or informal? I know that there are even churches and mosques that provide capital, startup capital for women who want to get into business. What are your thoughts, and who would like to go for it? So good.
I'll go first because my answer is probably like the least developed. I come from a very religious family, but I'm secular at best. I have seen women for whom religion has done wonders. I have seen women for whom religion has held back. I'm not quite sure what the right balance is, but for me, I found that a lot of the good things from religion, even the bad things, you can still find everywhere outside the church or outside the mosque. So it's very hard to discuss that macro level because even within religion, there's like a subset of a subset of a subset of a subset, almost down to a group of 10 people that will have different ideologies, and it's very hard to contextualize. But again, I said at best I am secular, so probably not the person to tell you from my own experience. Yeah, in my experience, I find that again, all my vices and all my virtues I have acquired with or without religion.
Vices and virtues you've acquired without religion. With or without religion, says Hilda. Yes. And we now have Olufunke Barua in with us. She's the program officer, gender, racial, and ethnic justice at Ford Foundation. You are welcome. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm doing well, DDK.
Excellent. Olufunke, my question to you as of now would be to understand what you found in the course of your work, the research and stepping into the field, driving gender equity and the advocacy efforts that have been made by West Africa, Ford Foundation in West Africa. What would you call the degree of progress in terms of advocating for women's rights, women's participation, and their access to the support they require to thrive and to be at their best?
Thank you, DDK. And good afternoon to my fellow panelists and participants. I would like to say, first of all, that we are a product of our environment and we are a product of socialization. So the way we've been raised and the way we've lived our lives defines how we relate at work, at home, and in society, in spaces, in society. And many of the speakers today, especially the PS and they had spoken about how they were raised from their fathers to their mothers to their siblings. That in itself affects your self-esteem, affects your ability to thrive, especially in your career. But in terms of progress that we've made, I would like to say that we are doing better. We're not where we want to be, but women have come a long way. We have managed to dismantle many of the stereotypes, whether social norms that have hitherto held women back for decades and centuries. And when you mentioned religion earlier, a number of the interpretation of the religious text, I think, sort of keep women at a minimum level, be ambitious, but don't be overly ambitious. Be successful, but don't be too successful. And makes it look like it's competition with men when you try to outdo yourself or you try to perform at a task or at a role that you're given. And it's also funny that you want to mention Proverbs 31, because that particular scripture has actually been used a lot, many times in the negative connotation to sort of make it look like your duties are just at home, and that no matter what you achieve in the workspace, if you're not able to succeed at the home front, then you're not successful. But it's actually a balance, and it's striking that healthy balance that the society really has a huge role to play in helping women strike that balance. Across West Africa, women still face many barriers. There are the cultural barriers, there are the social barriers, there are the religious barriers, there are even ethnic barriers we found in some settings in West Africa where certain women from certain ethnic backgrounds are limited in terms of what they can achieve or where they can work. And some of these barriers, they all contribute to how women are placed in society or how far women can go in society. One of the greatest ones that I actually work on is the issue of gender-based violence and how it actually limits the participation of women in public life. And a number of the speakers also mentioned that, and the fear that women have to face in the workplace. For men, GBV, it's not some gender-based violence, it's probably not something you consider when you are going into a work environment. But women, it's a lived reality, whether at home, at work, or at play. And across the region, these are just, they are basic tenets that spread, whether you're from Nigeria or you're from Ghana or you're from Senegal. Those restrictions are still there. And many women shy away from the public life because of the barriers that they would face. Thank you.
Olfunke, thank you. And your thoughts are so, they're so evocative, especially when you started to speak about gender-based violence as a lived reality for women, whether at work, at play, and at home. And I'm keen to know if you would speak to maybe a bit more specific steps and maybe policy frameworks that have started to shape the interventions that are shifting the numbers, if they are. If gender-based violence is dropping because of the advocacy and policy interventions, what exactly have those looked like, just for our learning?
So for one, a staggering statistic that 1 in 3 women face or will face GBV in their lifetime. And sometimes I think that it should be 2 in 3 because GBV is not just physical, it's psychological, it's financial, it's verbal. It's a broad spectrum of issues, and even in the workplace. I know a lot of the comments even mentioned sexual harassment, and it's a form of gender-based violence in some of the comments that we hear even at work from the male folk. But talking about policy and what we're doing, for my work, our research showed that GBV is actually promoted through social norms, and that our social norms in West Africa specifically drive gender-based violence, and inequality among the sexes also drive gender-based violence. So these social norms can be driven by culture, can be driven by religion, can just even be driven by some certain tenets that we adhere to in our society. And those issues they help to perpetrate gender-based violence. So what we're doing is to try to address GBV as the root causes of GBV, which is social norms. Social norms stipulate that women are sort of lesser human beings. Social norms in communities and cultures institute some certain rites of passage for women. Social norms keep women in bad relationships. social norms reinforce the culture of abuse, even in the workplace. Social norms tell you to say thank you, even when a man says inappropriate things to you, because he's just being nice. You're not the first woman. Social norms stop you from speaking out. For instance, when you're passed over, in a promotion. I have an experience where the first time I went to the National Assembly, and I always say this, and I went with a boss there who is also a woman, and now the Deputy Secretary General to the United Nations. And as soon as we walked in and we sat down at the table with the National Assembly, so I share you one day's experience in a way. The first thing some of the men told me at the table was to serve tea, even though tea was on the table for everyone to take, But I was asked to serve tea. I'm not going into what I did or what I did not do, but these are conditionings that we live with every day, because in the workspace, that's just what you're expected to do. So tackling the drivers of social norms and traditional and cultural institutions, and I'm talking about our leaders of faith and culture, hold a to helping to dismantle some of these social norms, because it's leaders of faith and culture that many women and men listen to. And they're the ones who tell you that if you want to make heaven, you want to be a good Christian or a good Muslim or whatever faith you adhere to, even when you're secular, you're still, affected by some of these cultural nuances that define how we relate in our society. So addressing those issues with leaders of faith and culture and helping to dismantle those negative stereotypes and helping to build a new cohort of champions with leaders of faith and culture, which so many of us look up to. We know of what's happening recently. That's key to actually helping us to remove the culture of shame and stigma, some of the issues that prevent women from public life and from advancing in their careers.
So good, Olufunke. So good. Very insightful things you've shared with us. And I think that the underlying insight here for me is how we can tackle stereotypes and social norms by working with leaders of faith and culture, and then dismantling those drivers by reorientation and providing new information for people to work with. I'm curious, and I would love to start with you, Zainab. You have run since 2017 a successful, luxurious leather brand as CEO at Able. And my wonder is research actively shows us that there have been a radical rise in total entrepreneurial activity on the continent of Africa. And you would all agree, right? Some of us have transitioned from professional careers into businesses. Some of us have businesses as side gigs, and we're earning from multiple streams of income. And I hope you were very encouraged when Yewande Sadiku spoke to that again and said, hey, you've got to open up this multiple streams of wealth and investment. I know that we do have active research from the World Bank consistently saying there's been this rise in total entrepreneurial activity on the African continent, interestingly, placing Nigeria, South Africa, and Nairobi leading those charts. Interestingly, placing women, female entrepreneurs as leaders in terms of total entrepreneurial activity. However, saying that over a 3 to 5 year period, it will be more female-owned businesses that go into extinction. Having said that, we see it all around us, that there is more participation for women in entrepreneurship and to, in a sense, even in male-dominated industries. What do you think is shifting us into this degree of success? Because we don't want to fixate on what isn't working, that we lose the opportunity to celebrate what is. In the course of the last 5 to 7 years, women have been pushed into the front lines, political participation, organizational leadership, entrepreneurial activity, even promotions in industry-specific professions. So what have you found in the course of even being an entrepreneur, and then generally as a citizen of Nigeria? What do you think has contributed to the push we've seen for those I love to call the future forward female?
Okay, can you hear me? Is that okay? Hi, okay, sorry. If I could just drop a comment or two about your previous comment about religion. So I wanted to just say that truly understanding religion is actually liberating for women. And as a Muslim woman, Islam holds education in very high esteem. And our Prophet says, seeking knowledge is compulsory for every Muslim, even if it means going to the other side of the world. So what I'll just say is that we've had cultural nuances sort of contaminating the true message, and like there's a lack of understanding of the true religion. A lot of things are taken out of context and manipulated, and sometimes to suit patriarchal views and things like that. So I'll just say that true religion in its essence is actually liberating and encourages women. Okay, so regarding entrepreneurship, okay, so women have been marginalized in society based on history and sort of access to education and things like that. But I'm not surprised that the statistics are showing that women are making ways for themselves to find, to support their children, to support their own, and they're getting independent, yeah, their aspirations, their dreams. They're not waiting around or sitting around and waiting for the government or their spouse or anything. I think women are taking ownership and being courageous to provide for themselves and their children, because maybe based on experiencing what happens if your spouse dies, what happens if you're left to your own devices. So women have been forced to no longer sit on the sidelines, but to step into the arena and take charge. And that could start with the petty trade and small businesses, whether it's working from home or a petty market. And now, thankfully, technology, social media, it's easy for you to do things online, to access, to reach a stage, have a global stage basically to showcase and show what value you bring. So in my experience, I was in the corporate world for about 14 years. And before I left my corporate job, I started my business, and it really came out of creativity. Like what our previous speaker talked about, my mother drilled into me about investing and having multiple streams of income and making sure you can stand on your own 2 feet and don't just rely on a spouse to say, okay, yes, he's providing for me now, so therefore I take a back seat. There's that drive and message that you need to stand on your own 2 feet and be able to support yourself and your children should anything come about. So I started out while in my career, and it was sort of like a side gig. I was doing the two together in my spare time, weekends, and things like that. But it brought me a lot of fulfillment. I was passionate about what I was doing. I was very clear about the legacy and the impact that I wanted to leave. And when COVID happened, it was a moment to really pause and reflect and really think about where you're going and what you're doing and what do I want to be remembered for and what sort of examples I want to set for my kids. I was telling someone earlier about how watching the children and realizing that, I've been missing out on their growth. Like I was listening to their conversations and I just thought, who are these people? I don't even know what they're talking about because I've missed out so much by working so hard 9 to 5, So it's really about going back to self-reflecting again and recognizing, what do I want to do? How do I want to contribute? What legacy? What can I do? What can I teach them? What can I inspire? And, everyone has said your environment, your exposure, your experience, what you see. So teach, it's our duty to train and teach and nurture our future generation and do a better job, basically. So I don't know if I've covered what you said, but yes. So I'm not surprised that women are not, it's a great time to be a woman. Like you say, people are advocating for women. They're recognizing the value that you cannot ignore 50% of your population in whatever capacity, whether it's in the business world, community, whatever. Women are needed. And I'm glad that women are represented and there's more affirmative action and steps taken to truly, truly give women a chance, because we have value to add. And the right qualification and the competence, I don't think there's anything a woman cannot do. So yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Really, 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 really inspiring. As we go on to receive questions from the audience, I feel like a few striking things there was starting off from self-mastery or governance, having a vision, having a desire for legacy, on to competence and accessing the educational skills or skills and education that you require. And she's spoken also about the power of technology, social media,
really giving you access to the global arena. Okay, we're going to hear from Ayo reading out some of our questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, we got it. So we have a few questions online, and I think we can take one question from the audience here as well. So the first question has been answered. It was actually on religious leaders and how we're going to close that gap. I believe that that's been answered already. The second one is from Dr. Abel U. Udo from Turkey. Says, what expectations do women have in mind from men to make women get up and take their places in societies as the gender that makes things happen? So I think from a man's perspective.
That is such an excellent question.
Then
Like, it's so good. Who wants to go for it?
Shall I read the second one? And then
we take it together. Sounds good.
So the second one says, gender-based violence is real. I have a situation here now as a woman, and it is driving me crazy because I don't know what to do now. I have been told that my marriage is over by my so-called husband, but he doesn't want to give me a divorce paper because he says he wants to frustrate my life. Share what we have together so I can have a home to stay with my kids. He has refused. And now the children witness continuous insults from their father to me. And now he cooks his food and I cook my meals. This is really frustrating, I must say. I need advice. So I think based on touching on gender-based violence, there's someone online who's actually going through that and is asking for advice.
Okay, that is, it's really heartfelt for me. I would love to hear from Olufunke Baruwa if she could be brought back on in terms of straddling, the kind of support you can access legally and maybe what should be happening in that mind space. But for the first question, I think it's really brilliant. Esiri, I don't know if you want to take a go at it. From a man's perspective, he's asking, what does support look like when you're saying we want these barriers to be broken organizationally in the way we approach talent development, in the policies that we create? What are your expectations? Speaking for women.
Hello.
Okay, this is working.
Okay. Yeah. So first, for the first question from, I think he was Dr. Abel or something that asked that one. I would say that.
Olufunke, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Love for you to go to the second question. The one about women faced with GBV currently.
Okay. Can I take that now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I actually sent Happiness a few private chats as soon as I saw that distress message. So I'd like her to read that. But for the benefit of others who might be here, there is a VAP law, a Violence Against Persons Prohibition law, implemented by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons. There's also the Ministry of Women Affairs. When you've exhausted all family options or relatives, I think family for me is a first call. As we've seen in months and years, your immediate family is really key in terms of resolving some of these conflicts. But when your life is threatened and you've exhausted all options for peaceful resolution, and it's beginning to affect you mentally, physically, and otherwise, you might then want to seek legal means or formal resolution. So I shared the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons. I also shared a few NGOs, depending on where you're based, in Lagos, in Abuja, in Enugu, and across. So there are women's rights organizations who can also help you. If you're in Abuja, for instance, there is the FCT SGBV team, rapid response SGBV team. There's also the SVRT in Lagos. And I know that in Ekiti, in Enugu, in Abia, there are referral pathways for resolution of issues like this. So please, there is help. You just need to, if you let me know where you are, also I can send to you organizations in that state that can help. If all fails, please, there's the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law, which prohibits spousal violence, domestic violence, of any sort. you can't take that option. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olufunke. I'm glad that you've reached happiness privately, and I hope that, she's able to move toward the right actions. I feel like it's just important to mention that agency is something that women must hold on to intentionally. You know what we find in the presence of growing legal support, in the presence of abundant support groups that want to hijack women from these troubling situations, sometimes they persist because of what people will say, or just that fear about how to create possibilities for their own lives outside the context of that relationship or marriage. So back to you, Siri.
Yeah, so I think for men, I think women, at least using myself as an example, what we would really love to have is active listening and being present. If you listen actively, you must take a position of not being the wisest person in the room. And it goes for all leaders across board in different spheres of life. When you're sitting in a room with people, don't assume you know it all. And when we look at the perspective of the world as a whole, we have people in different colors, different spheres, different types of people. The intent and ultimate objective of any nation or organization is that you bring all your resources to the table. To the extent that you do not have full representation, then you're missing out on something. And not statistics, there's no statistic that doesn't show that if you don't have full women representation on board, you're at risk of not getting the right economical value that you would have gotten. In fact, a lot of companies are set back by about 30% in value or wealth creation where you don't have women represented. Now, when you sit in a room with a woman and feel that just by having the bragado and being able to raise your voice, then it makes you intelligent, you lose out already from the set goal.
So active listening, right?
So active listening, being present. And when I say active listening, it's really about making sure that you're attentive to know the offers that are being had. So you listen to something and try and tell a story in that room. When someone says something and says, oh, I was going to the market and I bought something, but then I fell. There are so many offers in that sentence alone that you can pick up on. And that's the way it has to be with the staff that you have with you. When you're with a woman who is saying something to you, listen to what is not being said and try and pick on those offers and act on them, because that's where the germ is.
So good, so good. Can we really celebrate all the panelists today? It has been an insightful time. We've got a question from the room. Oh, online as well. Okay. And it looks like the final question.
Yes, it is it's an important one because we're out of time, but we thought it was important to take this one. She says, how well does our curriculum prepare young people for social relevance and global representation? You'll be shocked that there is a primary school textbook that teaches that a girl's head is to carry load, and the picture of a girl with load on her head is put in the book to drive that ridiculous line of thought. We have a lot more work to do as regards how our educational content elevates the minds of young people.
How's your mic? Okay, Honorable can see it's already coming to her.
The logical. She's talking a lot of sense. And in coming into government, one thing I was clear about when I came in was that I felt that our curriculum is inadequate, not just for addressing women's issues, but for addressing real life 21st century issues. I mean, let's be frank about that and not let's try and gloss over it. We are not doing enough with teaching our children to be critical thinkers. And critical thinking means, of course, you question things. And that's why you tell people things and unquestioningly they just, follow you. They don't ask questions, they don't research, they don't try and find out what happened. So I totally agree that our educational system is inadequate, but I think we should go for solutions, right? So we've criticized it, we know. So in coming to Lagos State, I think one of the first things that we had to do was to address this curriculum. We had a lot of help from people across a broad range of sectors. And they looked at Nigeria's scheme. As a government, we will do the Nigerian curriculum. And if you understand curricula, you will know that it's things like when you talk about physics, physics is physics, right? Biology is biology, wherever you teach it. It's the way you assess that learning has taken place. It's the way you engage the learners and so on that really makes a big difference. So we looked at it and said, the content is there. We'll take the content. But now what we'll address is how do we teach? How do they learn? How do we assess that learning has taken place? How do we integrate whatever we are doing with real life skills? And that's why we had to come up with a scheme of work which we just released. It's not perfect, and I keep saying this because I think it's the first step for a government to realize that what we are doing is totally inadequate. Our children cannot go out into the world with this kind of limited thinking. And so the scheme of work has a deliberate space for integration with 21st century skills. And we've listed these. I mean, these would include things like teamwork and collaboration, creative thinking, critical thinking, innovation, personal leadership, digital mastery, and so on. And there's another section that is about what do you call it? Links, hyperlinks to websites that will support the teaching of that subject. Because from my own experience as an educationist, what I know is you cannot teach, there's no subject, you shouldn't have a subject called, today, let's do critical thinking, or let's do creativity. What you try to do is to integrate, weave it into everything that you are doing in the classroom. And so that's what we try to do in Lagos. It's not for us to try and take this message across the whole country, so that people look at that curriculum, not in terms, a curriculum is not a listing of topics like we had before. It's got to be way beyond that. So I'm teaching you maths. How do I teach you maths in such a way that you can apply it to yourself, you can understand how it relates to you, and you can even think through solutions. And that's why you wouldn't do things like 2 + 2, but so has 2 apples, this one has 2 oranges, how many fruits does she have? Or for example, I'm sorry I'm taking time, but this is, teachers talk too much. The way I taught one of my children on the way to school every day, I told that story sometime. I said, look at all the cars that are passing by. For every 10 cars, how many are, say, taxis? And I said, oh, Mommy, 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10, what's that in terms of percentage? It's 40%. It's 0.4. It's 4 over 10 in terms of fraction. And, it's immediately the child knows that there's nothing in life called 4 over 10. But it's possible to have 4 taxis out of 10. It's possible to have 3 this out of this, So you start to relate it so that they start to think differently and not, you don't have to really have a class called problem solving, but you weave problem solving into everything that you are doing. And I think that's what we are trying to do. And please permit me to say, let's all try and go for this across the country. It saddens me when others think, oh, you are just Lagos, you just try and be too big. No, it's a question of what is right for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sadly, I'm not sure if we can, take additional thoughts, but I'm truly grateful for such brilliance that we've experienced today. Allow me to celebrate again Honorable Mrs. Folasade Adefisayo, Commissioner of Education, Lagos State, Asiria Agbe, partner at PwC, Zainab Aliyu. Let's still celebrate CEO Abu, Olufunke Barua, Program Officer at Ford Foundation, and of course the amazing Hilda Kragha, Managing Director, Rome Africa Jobs. At this time, we'll invite Orelua. Say that again? Okay. Would invite Orelua Boboye, please, CEO at Jobberman Africa, to join us for a group picture. Please, let's celebrate all our panelists as they rise this morning.
Oreoluwa is our he for she. So right in the middle. Excellent. Can we please take one more set of pictures with the ED of WIMBIZ, the one and only Hansi the Great, Mrs. Hansatsu Adebite. By the way, whilst you're taking the picture, just to mention that we have a special prize for the first person who arrived at today's meeting. And it's courtesy WIMBIZ. WIMBIZ has a tradition of promoting punctuality and excellence. And at events where they are partnering or hosting, they ensure that they reward the person who made the effort to arrive bright and early, the first person here. So who might that be? Check. Some people are not even wondering if it's them. Like I'm not in the running at all. But we'll announce the winner after, just before we finish, just before we close today's meeting. We'll announce the winner and have a nice presentation. We have a beautiful gift for you, courtesy WIMBIZ. So if you're the one, don't go early. You know, be the first to arrive and the last to leave. Just make sure you're here. You know, by the way, WIMBIZ, we need to have next time, we need to give a prize to the first online attendee as well. The first person to log on to our platform online. I'm sure everyone in favor say aye online. Aye. All right, so now we're going. How many of us agree that was a phenomenal panel session? You know, the great thing about having conversations like this is that you move, when you talk about gender, you can't speak about it in isolation. So we talked religion, we looked at parenting, we looked at curriculum, education, looked at business, and so many aspects, bringing it back home to how ultimately we're able to bridge that gap. So a big thanks again to our distinguished panelists. Another aspect of today's meeting, which would be a before the end, is our breakout session. And please, I encourage you, this is an opportunity to actually have conversations with the private, public, and developmental organizations present here so that we can share ideas. And these ideas can hopefully help the work that we want to do as an organization to continue pushing the agenda of bridging the gaps, breaking the barriers, unmasking the barriers, and addressing the barriers. And so Jobberman has put together a breakout session. We have 3. And for the breakout sessions, you might have received a tag during registration. If you don't have your tag, not to worry, you can still obtain one. There are 3 breakout sessions, and I'll do a quick introduction as to how this will run. The first one is called Beyond Tokenism, Shifting Ideologies, Shaping Structures. The moderator is Adaore Udechukwu. It's going to happen right here. Adaore is gender specialist, gender and economic inclusion group at IFC. It's going to happen here if you have that tag for that breakout session. Following that, we have the inclusivity session, designing and implement. Oh, there's Adaore, she's just coming now. So it's going to happen here. And then we have designing and implementing women-friendly workplace cultures. This is going to be moderated by Bumi Akinde, who is lead consultant, Keita Services Limited. Bumi, just help with the way, please. Thank you very much. And then the final one is upskilling and retooling, the 4R female talent. Moderator is Omotayo George, senior manager, marketing youth segment, MTN Nigeria. Can we see Omotayo, please? So literally everywhere you go, Omotayo, we are with you as you go upstairs. So for those who have the last 2 breakout sessions are out the doors upstairs. Once you step outside this room, we have ushers who are waiting to lead you to your breakout sessions. Following the sessions, we'll come back for another few minutes to give a feedback. So if you're not in any of the sessions, don't worry. We're going to have a recap of everything we've discussed in the sessions afterwards. So please, you have just one, unfortunately, and then when we come back, we can share thoughts and feedback from these sessions. Once again, Beyond Tokenism is here, whilst inclusivity and upskilling and retooling are upstairs. And once you come out here, you're led to go upstairs. When we come back, we'll be having our closing remarks by the CEO of Jobberman Nigeria. And of course, we have something we're going to be sharing with you as well. Please don't miss it. We also have a lunch spread for you. So if you're hungry, don't worry. In a few minutes, we're going to come back for lunch, and we've actually made special provisions for those who are fasting. So our Muslim brothers and sisters, Jobberman Nigeria understand the importance of food when it comes to work or when you attend conferences like this. So if you're not able to eat here, you're able to take away. So still come back. We've made provisions for you as well. We'll have the breakout sessions now, and we'll come back later on. By the way, just to mention, whilst we're getting ourselves ready on site, for our online audience, we also have a breakout. We have breakout rooms, so you can participate in the 3 breakout sessions and come up with a. That's what I Zoom right there. so you see the list of the 3 breakout rooms. Just click on the one you'd like to go into, and it will direct you there. If you'd like to come out to join another one, just click on breakout, and it will bring you to the options, and you can choose which you'd like to be redirected to. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
I have good news for the first person who came online. They said if you ask, you'll receive. So I've asked on your behalf. The first online attendee gets it.
Okay, I'm still waiting for. Okay, thank you so much for staying in this room. So essentially, like I was sharing with her a minute ago, what we're supposed to achieve here is to ideate around solutions that speak to policy constraints that affect women's participation in the workplace, in the informal sector, in education. So when the 3 circles were shared earlier, there's the personal, the institutional, and then the policies. Right? That's the external one. And that's really set the environment within which women take decisions. And one of the things that the research found is that infrastructure or the enabling or disabling environment, right, can limit women's advancement either in the workplace or in entrepreneurship. So what we're discussing today, we've heard a lot of what the issues are, but essentially we're ideating solutions for how to address these issues. And so today we're looking at beyond tokenism, shifting ideologies, shaping structures. So what are those solutions that we can use to I like to put it this way, dismantle the structures and rebuild it in a way that it supports women to thrive. So first of all, I should state that I don't have all the answers. So I'll be moderating and facilitating the conversations. I brought in here sticky notes. And there's someone who will be assisting. I brought this just for ease of conversation. So if you would like to just, write down your ideas, and put it up here. I have sticky notes here for us to use. So one of the first things that we'll be discussing is education, right? Education, we know, really sets the pathways, for women to get into entrepreneurship or into the workplace, and also helps to limit the vices that can reduce the potentials of women and their participation. So things like teenage pregnancy, child marriage, etc., etc. Now we're discussing particularly the education, girl child education in the North. I would just like to frame this by sharing some statistics. Please permit me. So in northern Nigeria, girls have been found to have just a 9% chance of enrolling in secondary school. What that means is that for every 10 boys that get into secondary school, just 1 girl will get into secondary school. And there's low quality of education that prevents girls from learning the skills that they need to thrive. In the North particularly, school attendance is impeded, not just by the issues of school access, family and school resources, and attitudes towards education, wherein the patriarchal safety
what was said today,
even in school. So the question today is, how can we ensure girls continue to have access to safe schooling, such that every girl can go to school, learn, and succeed, and from there define pathways, to earn in the future as they get into economic participation. So specifically in the light of traditional and religious constructs, in her panel, someone talked about the leaders of faith and culture. Who was it? I think it was Olufunke. Yes, leaders of faith and culture. Yeah. In the light of traditional and religious construct in Kano and Kaduna specifically, where there's this disparity in education for the girl child, how can the girl education agenda be enshrined into policy and practice? So that's the question, one of the questions we'll be discussing here. So if you'd like to contribute to this conversation, please let me know by show of hands. Okay. Yes, please. Do we have a roaming mic? I'll come to you. I don't see a roaming mic, so I'll come to you.
Trouble. All right, good day. My own little suggestion would be what I call smart schooling. And what I mean by smart schooling is the fact that everything must be technologically enhanced. Having done my youth corps in Kano, I won't tell you how many years ago because that's not important now. But the point is, at least you learn from that. The point is that, for me, what I've picked up is that we as women, we have different cultural backgrounds, we have different education. So first, the identification of what is important to school in the north is different from what is down south. They are going to stay with some cultures. However, if you have smart schooling, maybe what I mean by that is have tabs, have a sort of software they can go with. It must be solar powered so that it takes care of both the economy as well, the economic factor of running your phone. And then you have an app. So they can also do a lot of schooling at home, do schooling further. So you don't really have to say your lifestyle is not what is right. That's not what we're here to do. But that education can still get to everyone. And I think it's not just up there, but since we're talking about, I think smart schooling in different forms and shapes should just be what it is. And that's my little suggestion. Thank you. So let's just get smart. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. That's a very good suggestion. But permit me start from this particular tone that a whole lot of factors are responsible for that very disheartening statistics that you read at now in terms of saying that just 9% of a girl child in another part of the country gets to secondary school is not, assuming exactly, is not entirely outside the scope of the fact that there's a whole lot of religious activities that influence some of the things that go ahead or things that happen in another part of the country. So now, there's a typical mental structure that every girl child in that part of the country is born with. And that's orientation that is being passed across down the generation is responsible for quite a lot of narratives you're getting to hear from another part of the country. So having established that, one thing that I can come up with in terms of suggestion, which is not entirely different from some of the things that I've been hearing over the years, is that there has to be that complete shift of paradigm in terms of orientation. You can't have too much of awareness in terms of the importance of education. And of course, a whole lot of people have continued to do that, but we still have to not rest on our laurels. The truth of the matter is that it's not something that can get changed overnight because the whole narrative was not even built overnight. That means that persistent effort around changing that orientation has to continue to be put in place. We cannot have enough of it in terms of preaching around the orientation change.
If I could add to that, just in facilitating the conversation, it would be great if we could connect it back to policy, right? As we ideate the solutions and then say what kind of policies can be designed to support the implementation of such ideas. So for instance, the conversation around smart education, maybe a policy around gender sensitive budgeting in education, smart centers, right? And but you know, there needs to be a budget. It starts from, if we have to work from upstream. Yeah, so from the budgeting, from how the policy is formulated and engaging the stakeholders. And then, like he said, talking about engaging men and boys as well as girls, right? To address those mental structures. Ma'am, do you mind if I take the mic to another table? I'll come back to you. She's had her hand up and then I'll bring it here. just so we can hear from everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think basically it's about policies, putting the right policies in place to encourage the girl's child to be in school. Interestingly, just doing the school feeding program of this administration encouraged a lot of children to stay back in school. Well, I have an NGO. I run an NGO in the Niger Delta, but I'm like resident in Lagos, so I go back and forth. And education, the girl child is a lot of the areas that we actually focus on here. So like it's interesting, but for the government to decide to feed school children, probably 1 to 3, increase the population of school attendance. So we must start looking at those things that will encourage the child to stay in school. But like I said, it is basically also based on the right policies. We're still struggling with having the girls' right education, the child right bill to be passed through. Yes, we're still struggling. Then of course we know what is happening with the gender one also. So if these things can be put in place, it tends to guarantee that you can build on them and increase children's participation in going back to school and getting an education.
When you talked about attracting girls into school, it took me back to the workplace. So in the workplace, we talk about attracting, retaining, and then the advancement of women in the workplace. I think that applies in education as well, attracting them, retaining them, and retaining them. And we're speaking particularly in the northern context, right? Would also require addressing safety and security issues, and perhaps, you know, policies around that. Okay, do you mind?
All right, thank you very much. All right, my name is Afilabi. So for me, the perspective I will look at it from is, especially because there are several factors that leads to this gap, and major cultural factors, religious factors, and especially in the northern part of the country, it will be difficult if, in fact, if we want to go orientation route, it will take us years. I just feel it has to be some form of legislation, like law. Between 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., we don't want to see any children doing 1 or 2 things outside the school system. Any children caught, the parents will face 1 or 2 things. So I think we need to, by the time we start forcing that, have a legislation from the state assembly that it is illegal for any child, whether male or female, to be outside the school system between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Because majority of these people, I work on a project with National Labor Organization, and majority of these people, these children, sometimes the reason why they don't go to school is because of the child labor case, where we'll go to the farm to work or do some other things. So this legislation is going to solve a whole lot of problems. One hand, reduce issue of child labor. On the other hand, force them to go to school. Thanks.
It's one thing to create legislation and rules, and it's another completely different thing to enforce and penalize people that don't adhere to those policies. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was going to touch on that very quickly, and even to bring it back to getting the legislation passed and then implementing the willpower of the government to implement such legislation. But it doesn't take away the necessity to have such, because it just creates a standard against which we can measure.
Yes. So I think the one quick thing that we need to do as a country is even update our labor laws. Our labor law has been stuck that way since the 90s, and we haven't changed it. And unfortunately, the laws only cater to semi-skilled workers, not even skilled labor. So you'd find that all of the outcries that we're now having and challenges we're having in banks or in tech companies and all that, and people crying about sexual harassment, we don't have laws that address these things. And so they continue and no one is called to order. The second thing that we also need to consider is maternity. I guess once we look at the labor laws as well, we can then begin to look at that. If we're able to start to address self-esteem at a very young age, even up to when women go through birth and birth their children and come out, then we'll go a long way in addressing from an 80 to 20% perspective, the real issues. Because at the end of the day, 80-20, you need to deal with the mindset before you start dealing with skill sets. And the mindset is gradually deteriorating with the decay that we're having in the education system. The way Finland has succeeded in now becoming #1 when it comes to gender inequality and curing poverty under the UN's report is by doing this type of thing. So they have advanced laws on maternity care, child welfare, which is why when the lady under the table talked about feeding children, it's a welfare program. It's not something that comes to mind immediately because the first focus is, we need to look at the curriculum. The curriculum is good, but there are other things around that curriculum that we still need to take care of. And those include also the deficits, learning deficits, where we probably need to then address special education. So what kind of mini groups can we then constitute even after school that take care of children's welfare as well? Those kind of policies need to come up. And if we can address those three things, women, children, again, leave, and then the labor laws as it relates to these corporate organizations, will go a long way in addressing the real issues. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And you touched on something very important, which is that enabling environment, for education and inclusive education, right? Where you talked about even children with special needs, we don't have the structures to support them. I mean, nationally, less so in the North, right? So they all have to get to go through the same cookie cut standards that's been set for everyone. So very, really important. And it segues very nicely into the next question we'll be tackling. I'll come back to you. Yeah, I'll come back. It segues very nicely into the second question we'll be tackling, and I'll read the question very quickly. We have someone online who wants to contribute on the first question, but just reading this so that we get to start thinking about it. So the next question we'll be tackling is, how can labor laws and policies be further strengthened, right, to protect women's rights in the workplace? Because clearly, we've talked about education, which feeds into that talent pipeline. But when they get into that workforce, how do we then ensure that it is safe for them to thrive and to advance, right? And how have existing policies fared across public and private sector organizations? I'm putting that out there so we can begin to think about it. We'll take the input from Funke online, and then I'll come back to both of you to quickly chip in on the first question, then we'll go to the next, okay? Oh, all right. We might have to pause it at some point so we can get through. Thank you so much. Olufunke. Technical team.
Hi, I'm here.
Where? We can't see you.
Online.
All right, please go ahead and speak. We can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we need to have deliberate policies to ensure that we have, just like we have for the education sector. I hope you can hear me. Just like we have for the education sector, we need to do the same for the workplace environment. So there are policies, our labor laws are still very traditional. They don't make specific allowances to allow entry for marginalized groups. And when I talk about marginalized groups, I'm bundling both women, even persons with disability into this. What allowances do we make? Thanks to COVID or no thanks to COVID, but for COVID, many women would have lost jobs if the option of virtual working didn't come into play, where you're now stuck at home both with children and the family and the other myriad of responsibilities that you have. The reason why you have so many women in international organizations in the international community is because they have these deliberate policies. They have allowances to allow women to be able to juggle the demands, of the home front and the demands of work at the same time. In our formal working environments in Nigeria, many women don't have those opportunities. You're either doing a 9 to 5 or an 8 to 4. There is no option to vary that work life. Then policies don't also speak to that. You are at the mercy of your supervisor or at the mercy of the organization. There has to be that policy written in black and white that allows, I don't like to use the word allow, but maybe create spaces for women to thrive in work environments. So that needs to be done. There has to be some intentionality about it, starting from our labor laws, especially in the private sector, even in the public sector, but especially in the private sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you took us right into the second question, but I'm just coming back to some participants here who need to quickly.
Very quickly, my name is Joy Owo. I just wanted to add that a lot of awareness and collaboration is very, very critical, because I remember in an organization I worked for over the years, in fact, they have achieved the Vision 2020, which they started about 20 years ago. What did they do? They went all over Lagos and Abuja and advocating for the young girls and boys in the school. And today we have a lot of people that have come out of that program better. So a lot of advertising, a lot of awareness, a lot of campaigning, and then collaboration needs to go on. The social media has made it so easy and helpful. So this is such an enabler. And when this awareness is there, because how many, WIMBIZ is doing a lot, but how many other organizations are driving this force? So I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds.
Okay, my name is Shay. And about I enjoyed all the comments and previous. I enjoyed all the comments the previous speakers have made. My suggestion is this: let's look into nomadic education. You know, we leave that part in the north. We all know that in the north we have majorly nomads. Can we fashion our education across that line, whereby, you know, people will be more interested, and girl child more interested in doing that? So it will be very easy, because the culture and everything supports that. So let's look into that.
Thank you very much. And when you say nomadic education, just so that we can take this into the larger room, do you mind elaborating a bit in 30 seconds? I know I give you 30 seconds.
I was just thinking about that, because since majorly, okay, particularly just animals, boundary, everything that has to be, we know Holland is one of the biggest producers of cows, cheese, milk, and all that. So if we fashion our education along that line, a big economy can be made from that aspect. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Yes.
Like exploiting the agricultural. Okay. Thank you very much. You're going to permit me to cut into the next question, please, because we have limited time. Do I have your permission? I know you have. Okay, you know what? I'll give you the sticky notes, and then you can write on it. We'll have it there. I hope that helps. Kindly. Okay. Yes, please. So on the second one, where we are discussing, labor laws, and I hope you've had some time to think about it. But there was something I wrote out here, which is the conversations earlier. We talked about how the labor law restricts women from working night shifts, right? We know that needs to be addressed, but even more so, they're not protected. Women are not protected from gender discrimination in employment, right? And have no guarantee of equal pay for equal work. Stretch that a little further. when they are sexually harassed at work, they're either not aware that they have been sexually harassed, or they have no civil remedies available to them. It's just now that awareness is increasing that, you think back and you're like, okay, wait a minute, that comment wasn't quite right. Or that's, and when I talk about harassment, I'm also talking about bullying in the workplace, right? They have no civil remedies available to them. And when women take maternity leave, they're not guaranteed an equivalent position when they return to work. Agreed? Right? So on all of these barriers, even though Nigeria is not alone, the question is, what sort of policies can we put in place to address these things? How has the policy helped so far? And what more can be done? To manage this question, if you could just, by show of hands, let me know. Okay, I have a Siri. Who else? Okay. I'm sorry, please tell me your name, ma'am. Omaomi. May I call you Omaomi? Okay, I have Omaomi. Okay, who else? Okay, what's your name? Jim. Okay, so Esiri, Omaomi, and Jim will hear from you first. Okay. Joy, all right. Okay. Sayo, okay. So Esiri, Omaomi, Jim, Sayo, and Joy. All right.
So
hi, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Okay, great. So my name is Jim, and it's a question in alignment with what you just asked. So I want everybody else that's responding to it to answer. Okay, so this is a real situation, especially with women that are, say, pregnant. So in a case where a lady has applied for a job and she didn't disclose she was pregnant, and this is for a startup, right? Like a small business startup that is every 100 naira matters, basically. And every single 100 naira is reinvested in the business so that the business can grow. Now, you need a resource, right? And that extra 100 naira you got it from your profits, quote unquote, you've now invested in back the business so that you can support your growth. Now you've employed someone, they did not disclose that they were pregnant, and it's 6 months probation. Before the probation, she needs to go on leave because she's pregnant. Now the challenge, so the question will now be, what happens? Do you put a pause on the employment? Bear in mind, it's barely been it's barely 6 months of the probation period. And so what do you do in that situation as the HR of that company, and also as the employee that has asked for that job? And of course, women were pregnant and everybody goes through different things, right, during their pregnancy. So this might actually affect the performance, but the company has to be objective, right? Because, yeah, yeah. So what I want everybody to answer. Exactly.
So, okay, so maybe I'll try and address the question as well, just looking at international practice. And ideally, you don't necessarily have to ask someone to disclose that they are pregnant at the time they're employed, because that's considered really private, except they wanted to disclose it, or except it had been indicated as something that would affect their job. So if there was any physical lifting or something, maybe you needed to disclose it in that particular scenario. But if it's something that's mentally challenging, I mean, you don't have to say you're pregnant, because already you introduce some certain type of bias at the time you're employing the person. So the laws definitely need to reflect that. And then in terms of how you measure the performance of the person, as much as possible, what we try to do is focus on the quality of work that has been done in the period that they are there, and not be punitive when they leave to deliver. So we measure based on that time that you've delivered the work, and then when you come back, we use that to progress you forward. But it's also recognized that if times have moved significantly by the time you're out of the office, you might have to sacrifice some certain progression. But that has to be explained properly to the person as well, so that everyone understands on both sides and nothing comes as a surprise. Now, in terms of our labor laws, what I was going to say is it's very restrictive right now against semi-skilled people. It doesn't apply to all organizations, unfortunately, and all roles. So right now, if I would say, we don't have any labor law. The only thing we have is something that tries to address those at very low levels. And now we've gone past some of those, including saying that women can't work night shift or they can't work in mines, because that's what our labor law currently has, that you can't work in places like mines because you're a woman or you're a nurse and you can't do night shift. But then reality has transcended all of that, and we still see people already doing stuff like that. So what we now need to do is bring into that law everything that we are, as a people, have now started to do, and write laws around those. And I think for advanced maternity care as well, we have 3 months currently under our law. And again, that law is not even applicable to a lot of people. So what happens is, in contract, companies are at liberty to just change it as they would. Whereas when you look at other jurisdictions, and when we try to analyze labor law in other jurisdictions, no foreigner can just get into a country and just cheat you of what is your right. So a lot of people don't even know what their rights are, and the laws don't even state them. So we really need to get into that position where we now start to even move for even a 12-month leave for maternity as we have in the UK, depending on how the society definitely can accommodate that. But we must go past even 3 months because it's not sufficient.
Thank you so much. And, you know, just joining your comment and hers is, do we need to begin to think about support for the SMEs to then say, can we have like a fund, right, to support SMEs when their staff need to go on maternity leave so that they can get temporary relief? Those are some of the policies that countries, you know, are putting together. I'll come back to you. Let me hear from Mama. Okay.
Because right now the government is spending a lot of money on subsidies, about 4 trillion. If you remember, we've even increased this significantly now. The subsidy we want is not subsidy on petrol. We don't use petrol. Petrol is luxury. What people need is diesel. Diesel is what drives most of all the plants and machinery that we use to produce the common man's goods. Kerosene is now deregulated. Not a lot of poor people can use kerosene to cook. I don't even know what we use, you know. So petrol is not the subsidy we want. If we take that money in subsidy and we push it into childcare and welfare and maternity care, we would go a long way.
Thank you. So some countries have a childcare fund to support SMEs. Speaking to Jim's question.
I do know that there are a lot of labor laws right now. We've made provision for a lot of these things that has to do with women. But is the challenge is that even the women themselves do not even know that these laws are there to protect them in the industry. But you know, as we're talking now, something just came to my mind. I'm a chairman of a bank, a microfinance bank. A girl got employed. She was pregnant. She didn't disclose. Well, like I'm being told that you are not obliged to disclose. But she has not worked at 6 months probation. She was asking for maternity leave. So I said, sorry, you got to go. So she was relieved of her duty. Well, because I work with women, I have an NGO, I had to step in and say, okay, let's see how we can rehabilitate her by putting her on some kind of contract, not contract really, make her an agent to the bank in terms of she's a lawyer to help in our recovery and something and aid. So it was a private arrangement, but the official thing, the management says, sorry, she has to go. And the Lord is not on our side. Yeah, so I'm just liking what you're talking about, actually having funds to support, because for small and medium scale enterprises, you can't be charitable you are not running a charity. So even when you see that a woman is not being covered by legislation or by the labor laws or something, or no, that are covered, rather, you can't say because they are covered. I want performance. I want returns for paying you salary. So you must work, you know. So that's the thing.
Absolutely, and that segues nicely into the next question. But I'll take the last two, Joy and does it last person? Joy, right? Okay.
Okay, I'd like to add also that collaboration is still key. I know that the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management is an organization I belong to in HR practice, began to do some work on the labor laws, and I think that work is progressing. However, in our different organizations, I'm an HR practitioner, what we must do and what we'll continue to do is to drive the message. You know, the policies must be flexible. In fact, COVID made it so because there were some laws that were fixed, for instance, employment. And then when the COVID came, people were interviewed online. People got jobs online. Trainings were done online and they never came to the office physically. So there has to be that flexibility that allows and includes so many other people and so many other things in the organization. Thank you.
For that input. Speaking about the disparity between laws, you know, policies, what exists and the practice in organizations, right? And just picking the example that you gave and that Jim gave, these are some of the circumstances that lead to the gap in lifetime earnings for women. So when we talk about gender pay gap, there are different perspectives to look at. So how much would a 35-year-old woman, for instance, have earned compared to her male counterpart, right? Because she would have had to take the kind of breaks that you just described and then will earn less at some point, right? And so the question is, how can closing gender disparity in pay be institutionalized across labor policies? So this is moving from, so companies are applying their discretion, right, in terms of how they handle these things, for, like the example you gave. But how can we move from what companies are doing, right, to institutionalizing it in policy? And it comes back to what she said about the policy exists, but are we able to implement, right? So we say 3 months maternity leave, but the SME cannot implement it because she doesn't have the funds to support it, right? So what else can we do? All right. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Busayo Bakari, and my answer would actually answer 3 questions I've been wanting to speak from the beginning. So my answer would tie around the impact of media and the power of private contracts. So I'm a graduate of the Faculty of Law, Bafema Law University. I'm currently working on a paper on gender discriminatory laws in Nigeria, and there is indeed a gap. But the question is, we have quite a number of laws. There is a gap in implementation. One thing I see about the North is that sometimes we want to prefer solutions, but you can't prefer solutions to people who don't even know they have problems. So these girls, do they even know that it's wrong to not be in school? So now we want to have a lot of structured conversations, which are good, but let's leverage on unstructured conversations. For example, the movie Sugar was focused on HIV and AIDS. What we do not know is that that movie, about 50% of the viewers actually went to test because of that movie. I remember as a child, there was this other one they used to, I can't remember the title. I couldn't get a test as a child, but I was very careful of rusty blades because I watched the movie. So movies like Dry, that was produced by Stephanie Okereke, will push that awareness to them that young children should not be in marriages, they should be in school. So they might not have access to rooms like this, but they have access to unstructured conversations. There was a recent trend, horrible bosses on Twitter. That was an unstructured conversation that called out unhealthy workplaces. So for example, the payment gap like we said. How about we have a lot of unstructured conversations, leverage on the media, have these conversations on radio in the North, have short movies, short clips that these girls can watch. And NYSC coppers, when they go there, yes, we've taught in schools. How about we're deliberate about talking to the girls that are not in school? We have informal education structures there. For example, there are majories. How about we replicate that as well? So how about we don't even go to school? But the ones that are not in school, gather them while they're grinding pepper, while they're washing clothes. Give them the right to dream, sow seeds. Because the reason why they don't dream is because their mothers told them not to dream. How about we become semi-parents in those little, talk to a neighbor's child, those little things that we do not even pay attention to. Then now to the power of private contracts. So there are some things that laws do not cover, but contracts have the power to cover them. So for example, in that situation, I was going to, when she talked about the need to, make solutions or fund pregnant women, well, the truth is there is only so much that a profitable business can do. And, we have to create philanthropic structures for businesses or for women in this situation. But this is a business that's struggling to make profit. What I would have said is that in truth, that while it's a private, situation, and pregnant is like private, but you have to be accountable to me as your boss if we're going to be productive. So on that end, I can actually hold her to misrepresentation on the fact that she did not disclose an important fact. Because eventually, you're supposed to work for about 6 months, according to what she said. It's in the agreement. You're supposed to work about 6 months before you go on a leave. You know that you will not last 6 months before you give birth. It is only fair that you disclose that, because it is important to my business. So I cannot afford to pay you leave here because every 100 naira matters. Now I'm dealing with the fact of the case in that sense. So every 100 naira matters. If my 100 naira, I'm not even spending it on myself as an entrepreneur, I'm putting it back in the business, then there's only so much I can do for you as a member of staff. So if both of us are going to be productive, if we're going to work together, certain facts, as private as they are important and should be disclosed. So we have to draw that balance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the lawyer has spoken. Yeah, and I had to ask how our scribe is coping with that. So 2 things I heard there: meet them where they are and role modeling, and transparency as well. Now, just to announce, in the spirit of transparency, we have 3 minutes to wrap up. 3 minutes to wrap up. I am not, do we have online questions? Okay, all right. Now, because we have 3 minutes and I'm already taking part of that by speaking, I'm going to give each contributor, I'll give you 1 minute because you've been waiting, 30 seconds if you don't mind, and 30 seconds since you've spoken earlier. Okay, no. Pick up, you want to speak? You want to speak, right? Okay, no, you have 10 minutes. It's your party.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I grew up in the North and I schooled in the North. And I have quite a lot of classmates and they've achieved. I like a situation where we can project Northern women who are achievers to show it can be done without conflict. Because, bias actually comes out of fear. That, okay, this woman, because she's achieved, now I can't control her, and then she won't pray, and then she won't cover her head in the North. So let's push these women that have achieved, and they're covering their heads. And they're still civil. We're not becoming arrogant. Men need to understand that a woman's success does not necessarily threaten them. And that's where bias comes out from. So secondly, just as we're talking about policy and stuff, it came to my mind that, is it possible to have insurance? Once upon a time, if you were pregnant, you paid. After a while, health insurance covered delivering your babies, even cesarean section. So is it possible to evolve legislation that if a woman gets pregnant, she's still covered and she still gets her salary because there's insurance? I mean, there's no guarantee that every woman that is working will get pregnant. So all the women in my office, there's an insurance and there's something being paid. So if one gets pregnant, it does not affect her salary or the fact that she's still at work. So I would love for us to push for that.
Amazing. And so still touching on role modeling and the policies around funding, right? Okay.
Thank you. I forgot to tell you my name. My name is Bulioki. My own suggestion is that can we even change the description of a woman being pregnant as being a problem? It is actually an asset and a liability because only women can get pregnant. Men will never get pregnant. So that is one. What I mean by that is that I recall when I had my twins out of the country and I came back to look for a job and they told me, how can you cope? But I had enough confidence to tell them, sorry, I beg your pardon. Do you know what I've done in the last, I multitasked, I did. I'm saying, how can we quantify what it is to be pregnant? You're actually bringing some skills that men will never have into the workplace. So we have to have a policy that actually turns around what we think is a take. Because don't forget, if we're talking about the absence of work. So I'm saying just like what COVID has done, can you find out or quantify those skills that are actually being groomed by either being a domestic worker or staying at home? We're making it sound as if working at home is a problem. No, do you know what it is for a woman to be managing director of a home? We have to put value to ourselves and stop putting these things as if it's because it's the men that put that policy. Put it in value. So by the time she's even coming back to work, she's even paid about 3 times more than the men who are even on her level because she has brought 10 times more skills. Please, thank you.
The concept of unpaid care work, very important. If we were to get paid for that, I think it will reduce the gender gap, which you don't want to speak to. I'll come back to you. Speak about the pay gap, but you're right. Unpaid care work makes that pay gap even worse, right? I think we're at least a few decades away before government starts regulating pay. That's a fact. But in the meantime, we have solutions available to us. The biggest one is technology. Guys, Glassdoor in the Western world changed everything. Putting salaries out there such that before you go into an interview room, you can first check what's the pay range. It changes things, information and data. That's the first thing. Second thing, and use it liberally. Second thing is, as women, we need to discuss our pay more. Men talk about their salaries. That's just a fact. Sometimes because they're bragging, sometimes because they're consulting, but they talk about them. We don't. Recently, I was negotiating a contract. I called a friend of mine and she told me, this is how much I make. This is how so. Let me call 5 more people. I'll get back to you. And she told me. Another woman told me, give me 1 second. Let me see what the men are making. I'll get back to you. Being able to have those conversations shamelessly, so you arm yourself with knowledge to walk into a room and when you see that contract, you say, nope, I know what you're paying everybody else. My expectation is X, Y, Z. I think before government steps into play, that's what needs to happen. We have to arm ourselves with knowledge and then be very brave. Don't undersell yourself. Don't start to think, oh no, maybe they're right, I deserve this. No, if you've got the knowledge, the data, the objective facts, then you can confidently walk into a negotiating room and say, this is not what I'm taking because as per this, that, this is the accurate benchmark and I've done my research. Shamelessly is the word.
And the truth is that there's massive unemployment. There's massive unemployment. So you really cannot dictate. It's the employer that is going to pay you what they think you deserve. There's massive unemployment. But my concern actually is the small and medium. And in this country, I keep saying that there's a deliberate government policy to frustrate and destroy small and I'm running a small enterprise apart from the bank. So the challenges are so immense that if you cannot bring something to the table in terms of the value, you will go. You will go. You get pregnant, you will go. It's just that because I'm also in NGO work, I have to look for other ways to rehabilitate those that I have direct contact with. No, so immediately you can contribute to an income. You go. We cannot forget that there's massive unemployment. Small and medium enterprises are not surviving. In fact, with this recent increase in diesel price, they are backing up. They're backing up. And they're throwing more people into the labor market. So I love that things. I think one of the ladies also talked about maybe a fund. The problem that all funds in this country are abused one way or the other. But yeah. So if we have a fund that the small and medium enterprises can fall back on when issues like this come up, then it will also maybe help to pushing the challenge that has been created in the sector.
Thank you. We have the last 30 seconds with her.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aderonke. So I want to talk on the pay gap, right? I'm going to be looking at this from the perspective of the civil service and then the private sector. In civil service, we have different grades. We have grade 12, grade 17, and all of that. And to the best of my knowledge, when you are within these grades, you already know your pay gap, right? And I know that, yes, there are some biases there where even when you are within the same pay gap or same grade, you still earn differently. But you find that really minimal in the civil service as opposed to the private sector. In the private sector, it is more about how you can negotiate. And then aside from negotiating, it's also profiling. You walk into a room and then you're already profiled that, okay, this person is so, especially when you are female, right? So what I'm trying to say is what we can do better in terms of policies is to be able to, benchmark these things. In private sectors, you hear analysts, associates, officers, and all these, beautiful words, but it doesn't really amount to anything in terms of, the pay gap. So if you're a manager, as a man or as a woman, the same pay range, like she rightly said, put it out there. I don't know why we'd like to hide how much, a particular role is supposed to be earning. If it is 2 naira, put it there as 2 naira. If I feel like 2 naira is not enough for me, then I won't apply for the job, right? Thank you.
Thank you. So advocating for transparency and perhaps legislating for organizations to publish that data and make it available publicly. So we're out of time, but I want to steal a few more seconds because the rest of the people are not back in the room. So let me quickly do that. No, I want to go to, there's one more question that we need to touch on. And it's around what policies can be enacted to support women's economic experiences within the informal sector. Now, to get you thinking about that, let me just share this statistic. So from street vendors and domestic workers to subsistence farmers and seasonal agricultural workers, women make up a disproportionate percentage of workers in the informal sector, right? So in Nigeria, in Africa, yeah, if you were to compare women in informal employment as a percentage of total employment, right? In Africa, 90% of women are in informal employment. Now, what does that mean, really? What it means for women is that they don't have access to some of these things we're talking about, the policies around sexual harassment, pensions, HMO, etc., etc. And what does that mean in the long run? So for some of us in corporate, public or private sector, you know that down the line, you will retire to a pension, irrespective of the size. Let's not talk about that one now, right? You retire to a pension. But for the women in informal sectors, 90%, there's no such thing. So that further widens the pay gap, the lifetime earnings we're talking about, and throws them into avoidable poverty. This is after going through the precarious environment of operating in the informal sector. So what kind of policies, right, can be enacted to support their experience within the informal sector? Any takers before the room fills in? One? Okay, 1, 2. Siri, I'm going to call you in. Joy, all right. Okay, let me check again. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you. I think this is where we can borrow a lead from other countries with the social services requirements. I think whether at least we have NI numbers, they have some sort of database that they give every Nigerian. And based on that, there must be a minimal requirement of payment that is given to them, maybe back with insurance, because that's what they have, for example, the UK, they have national insurance, they have so many other things that at least, no matter how poor the person is, they will get at least an income. So I think we have to have a policy that just beefs up our social security, as long as you're in Nigeria, maybe from birth, they have some for mothers, they have from, so we just need to put, I think, to me, social services policies for, if you're a market woman, once you're in an organized or informal, let's get a social services number, give them something that government must pay. That's why you pay tax. Now, yes, government tax for taxpayers. That's why you pay tax, to take poverty off the line. Look, a lot of countries, the tax that takes people out of abject poverty. Let's not be fooled. That's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the way she exclaimed when you talked about government paying, because as you spoke, I was thinking, how about the GDP of Nigeria? Do we have enough money for it? But that's a different conversation. Please note that reduce the salaries of the big men and pay them, not the big women.
I quite agree with her. But how about mass literacy programs? Because you're looking at a mass of people. You said 90% now. So there has to be some sort of literacy. I know the IFC had done some sort of literacy program going down to the grassroots and then bringing in education. You can't take education away, because when they have education, then they begin to understand their rights, and then they begin to understand that they require these things, because like I always say, awareness is very, very key to drive it.
Yeah, so awareness breeds action, and action breeds change. So I think that's what we're saying here. So we start from the level of awareness, and this is sort of like formalizing the informal sector, right? Okay. I'll come back to you.
I'm going to suggest two major things. I would say first, we leverage on remuneration by commission rather than salaries. So people's payment should be, yes, people's payment should be quite proportional to the value they bring to the table. Because if we decide to just put a cap to it, like, okay, from BSc or HNE should not earn any less than this, there are specific needs that should be met. So I would say we leverage more commissions as much as possible. Then for the laws, we have a long way to go. But I would say we start by removing inhibiting factors for starters. For example, the Police Act, there are a lot of abominations in there. Until recently, a female police officer had to take permission before getting married. Until recently, that was just changed very recently. What's it called now? Leave, bonuses it's quite different from the man. It was just very unfair. So let's take out those inhibiting things. The labor law prevents women from working at night because initially it was thought that, to protect them. But there are some jobs that you can work at night that, that do not have any harm in them. So let's take out those inhibiting factors first. And the third thing I would say is let's strengthen the negotiation power of employees through contracts. So, the labor laws give a lot of autonomy to employers. There are a lot of things they do and nobody holds them to it because there's nothing in the labor law to hold them to it. So how about we create laws that strengthen the negotiation power of employees in contract?
Thank you so much. They're going to arrest me if I keep speaking. So we need to wrap up now. I'm sorry, Siri, he just flagged. We need to cut the conversation. They're already coming in. And remember, this is stolen time. Thank you so much, participants, for your input. Now we have a lot to digest and bring back into the main room. And we hope that we present everything that has been shared. Thank you so much. The last question, by the way, was around collaboration. And if people had mentioned that earlier, so we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. May I please ask that moderators in each of these breakout sessions start to prepare their debrief documents. You have 5 minutes each. You'll be given 5 minutes each to debrief, to give the House a debrief on what your conversation outcomes are. Thank you. May I please ask moderators from the different panel sessions to begin to make their way forward to get ready for their debrief. We have Adaore Udechukwu, Bumi Akinde, and Omotayo George. Please begin to get ready to come forward to give a debrief from your sessions, to feedback on your different breakout rooms. Thank you very much. We're gradually coming to the end of today's roundtable. We'll be rounding up very shortly with a speech from the CEO, Jobberman Nigeria, after which we'll proceed to lunch. But at this point, we want to have a debrief session from our different breakout rooms. May I please ask that moderators kindly come forward so they can give us a 5 minutes maximum per person debrief. Thank you very much. You can use the hashtag for today's events, Jobberman Nigeria, Gender Roundtable 2022, and Gender Barriers Report. Those are our hashtags for today. Also, still to come, we're going to be presenting the prize or the gift to the first person who came in today. May I please ask the moderators to come forward? Just to take your seats, and one after the other, you can do the presentations. Can please come forward. So we have Adore Udechukwu, Gender Specialist and Gender Economic Inclusion Group, IFC. We have Bumi Akinde, Lead Consultant at Keita Services Limited. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they come forward? And then we have Omotayo George. Do we have Omotayo George in the room yet? Can we please get Omotayo George so we can begin? I know that for our session, she's still in session. For our session, they had to, we're borrowing time because the conversations wouldn't end. When we have conversations like this with experts and professionals in the room, it's difficult to round it off, but we need to break off. We've taken a bit of your time today and we're very grateful. Thank you very much for spending your morning with us and a bit of your afternoon as well. Thank you. We're going to go through very short, just waiting for a few more people to come into the room so that we can begin to speak. We can begin to speak about what took place in our various breakout sessions. I think I'll ask at this point, Bumi Akinde to kindly come forward. Are you ready for your debrief? Okay, fantastic. We'll go straight to the debrief because of our time. So please let's give a round of applause to Ms. Bumi Akinde, who is Lead Consultant, Keita Services Limited.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So we looked at inclusivity. We looked at designing and implementing women-friendly workplace cultures. We had a very fruitful discussion, and we actually had to check ourselves so that we can come back on time. A lot of things were said, a lot of things we looked at, and some of the things that came out really is you as a woman knowing yourself. It's important that you know yourself, you know what you want, even as you go into the labor market. So most often than not, at the time people are going in for employment is, let me just get something in. But when you get into an employment, oh, I just need the money, I'm going to get in there. And then you find out you're stuck in that employment for years. So sometimes, because you are probably going to spend most of your work life or adult life in that employment, it's very important that you know what you want. And when you get in there, first 2-3 years, be sure that is where you want to be. Another thing is, it was said in the morning, it is important, well, choosing your spouse, but in a situation where your spouse has already been chosen, it's very important that you have open and honest conversation with your spouse about your work and why you need a support system. So together with your spouse, it is important that you work out a support system. I checked with someone yesterday and I said, why won't a man want the wife to have a support system, especially if she's working? Because I tell you, and from experience, you need that support system for you to be able to put in your best in your workplace. And it's either provided at home or the office. It helps if you have both, but we're going to talk about what the policies that we're suggesting should be in place so that the women can put our best in our work and get the job done as necessary. So flexibility keep coming up. We have to be flexible. The organization has to have, or needs now, having experienced the pandemic, there's a need to introduce flexible work hours. If your organization didn't have it before now, the onus is on us as women to have that conversation with leadership, the need to have flexible work hours. And flexible work hours as defined now for the nursing model, or the 3 months, policy, and actually the 3 months is 6 weeks before and 6 weeks after birth. What we are soliciting for is the opportunity to have a discussion with the management should actually have a policy that allows you to have a discussion. If you're going to need more time to nurture your child, and then you can go into discussion and have a win-win. Now that it's easier to even work from home, that can be arranged, is a policy that we're suggesting should be taken into consideration. We also have the nursing mother, which allows you to close like an hour earlier. We're saying, no, can we bring in the work from home policy to allow you to do that? We're saying where you have such policies, some policies in place, there's a need to look at those policies again and see to the extent that it reflects the current situation to support the woman to give her best in the workplace. With regards to policies, and particularly sexual harassment policy, what we're proposing and what we're suggesting is that you can, a number of organizations actually have this sexual harassment policy hidden or tucked in somewhere in there. That's their big handbook or something. It is important that we keep communicating this. It is important for the woman to know her rights so that she can know even at the start of the harassment, because it doesn't, it builds up to a stage that the woman cannot take it anymore. So immediately it starts, that woman can identify that this might lead to something. Another thing is the fact that it's important as a woman to set your limits. No matter what you want, like we said, a woman cannot be a man. Now we don't want to be a man. We don't want to be men anyway. We want to look beautiful. We want to dress up. We want to look beautiful. But then set your limits. You don't go into some jokes, into some banter with men, because everybody knows familiarity breeds contempt. So you set your limits. Communication is key for this, for all of this. Even when we have these policies, we must ensure that at induction, people get to know. During engagement, because of course most organizations have periodic engagement, also reiterate this so that people know, and that they need to feel comfortable that once your management or leadership get to know about some of these things, that it doesn't come back to them. At the beginning of the year, you set a goal. As a woman, you strive to meet that goal for the year, so that even if you have to go on maternity leave of whatever flexible work arrangement you're going into, your evaluation based on that does not take you far off from what your colleagues, the male, has been able to reach within the year. Then you can actually be bold to say, I think I'm being shortchanged here, and get a listening here. It is not taking time off, but it is your deliverable for the year that matters. So, so really, we're saying set boundaries, put the policies in place, communicate those policies, and ensure that proper sanctions are put in place and enforced so that the woman feel comfortable in the workplace. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That was brilliant. Thank you very much, Ms. Bumi Akinde, Lead Consultant, Cater Services Limited, speaking on behalf of the breakout session, Inclusivity, Designing and Implementing Women-Friendly Workplace Cultures. And now we'll move on to Omotayo George, and she'll be speaking on behalf of the Upskilling and Retooling, the 4R Female Talent, Senior Manager, Marketing, Youth Segment, MTN Nigeria.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we said so much in our breakout session. The first point that was touched on what is the area of entry barriers into the labor force. So we looked at the area of soft skills. We're talking about soft skills, but the first thing that was pointed out is the entry barrier. So the entry barriers we looked at were things around even putting a CV together, writing a cover letter, interview skills, the basic tenets of being able to get into the workforce, and how it's important to be able to practice, and have develop those areas of skills. The other thing that was mentioned is that soft skills are more visible, especially in leaders. And we spoke about the fact that it's difficult for women to hide how they feel, looking at the area of emotional intelligence. We looked at the area of self-confidence in women. So, the area the part we focused on was the personal barriers, and the summary of our recommendations in the area of personal barriers is that a lot of the work rests on the individual. A lot of the work has to be done by the woman, because those barriers are based on what the woman has told herself. That's what we talk about, the imposter syndrome and the like. So a lot of the work has to be put in by the woman herself. We spoke about skills such as self-confidence, skills such as observing, being able to observe a room, reading the room, social awareness, relating with others, confidence and wisdom. Basically coming to the conclusion that yes, soft skills are really important, in helping a woman, enter into giving a woman better chances to get into the workforce. We looked at the area of, how women can be empowered, and how as women it's important not to be passive. Women need to empower themselves. Women must invest in their career. We spoke about the internet as a support tool, not just for entertainment, and how the power of the internet must be leveraged to develop the skills that are important in the fourth industrial revolution. We had this example, within the team of a woman who reinvented herself when she was over 40 with the power of the internet. Another area, so one of the things, just to round off that section, is about reinventing ourselves as women, or about women being able to reinvent themselves, is the fact that it's never too late. A woman is never too old to reinvent herself. The other thing that we spoke about, other area we looked about, was the area of network. So for these women, what do we hear every day? What's the support system that surrounds, the woman? Who do you surround yourself with every day? What's the inner circle? What are you hearing every day? Because don't forget, we're talking about personal barriers, areas of imposter syndrome, and it's important to develop, self-confidence. So we spoke about, the support system, the people surrounding the woman, and how it's important for the woman to choose her inner circle and control her inner circle. We spoke about the need for women to be deliberate in their actions. We spoke about the need for women to demand to be heard. We spoke about access to information. Okay, so for example, a woman wants to enter into the workforce but doesn't know how much a job pays, because in Nigeria, for instance, that information is not widely available or widely accessible, and the need for that information to be available. We spoke about the fact that a woman is only as rich as her network. The analogy was made, talking about the fact that you are the five closest people, you are surrounded by. we spoke about maternity leave. So we looked at how a woman's biological phase can impede labor market decisions or can affect her labor market decisions. And we spoke specifically about something important like maternity leave and the fact that when women are on maternity leave, they need to join support groups, ask questions, work on themselves during that time, look out for best practice. To round off, the most important thing we rounded off with and touched on was the fact that women need to be kind to themselves and take as much support as they can. It's not about being a superwoman. So that's it for the 4th IR team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Omotayo George, for that recap. And I think just to reiterate that last point, and it cuts across all the different breakout sessions. As women, we need to be kinder to ourselves and not be so hard so that we know that we're doing well. And in the midst of pushing, we take some time out to really celebrate ourselves. Thank you, Omotayo. The final feedback will be coming from Adaore Udechukwu, gender specialist, Gender and Economic Inclusion Group, IFC, and it's from the group Beyond Tokenism, Shifting Ideologies, Shaping Structures.
In the spirit of equity, I'm adjusting my mic to my height so you can hear me more clearly. All right, so I have a lot of papers here because they're brilliant and excellent inputs from the participants in our breakout room. So there's so much to say, but I will highlight 3 important points from each of the areas that we discussed. We discussed the enabling environment for all of the recommendations that my co-moderators have spoken about. So for instance, maternity leave. We realized that with the SMEs, it's more difficult to implement favorable maternity leave policies. And so what kind of macro policy can support the SMEs, to implement the maternity leave or the parental leave that helps women to thrive and that retains them within the workforce. But I don't want to jump the gun. Let me start with the first question that we tackled, which is around education. We discussed the traditional and religious construct in Kano and Kaduna and asked ourselves what kind of policies can be put in place to enshrine the girl-child education agenda for Northern Nigeria. And we all realized that, or came to the same awareness, that in the North, the girl child has just 9% chance as much as her male counterparts to get into secondary school. So for every 10 boys that get into school, 1 girl gets into school. Some of the solutions or policies that were discussed around education has to do with role modeling. Role modeling, interestingly, cut across all of the areas that we tackled. And someone talked about showcasing successful Northern women who have been exposed to education and are making a change in their own sphere and in the economy. So for instance, the Deputy Governor of the CBN, the UN Deputy Secretary Amina Mohammed, etc., etc. And we also talked about the power of media, using media to influence the mindsets in Northern Nigeria. There was also the idea of smart education, wherein we leverage technology to meet the girls where they're at. So we considered the fact that the girl in the North has to tackle, on top of access to education, school infrastructure, etc., also has to tackle the safety concerns, going to school and staying in school, given the security situation in that environment. So digital or smart education takes the education to where she is, and she doesn't have to, leave her. There's minimal mobility required there, and reduces the security issues. And we also looked at ensuring that there's a gender responsive budgeting
for education in the North, wherein the budget that is set for attracting girls into school. For instance, someone gave an example around the school feeding program and how it shot up the number of girls, that stayed in school. So those kind of projects we know cannot happen if there hasn't been a gender responsive budget process that has happened, prior to that. So if there's no money to finance its implementation, then it won't happen. So those are some of the things we spoke about. And then the second area that we discussed had to do with labor laws. Beg your pardon. And so we're looking at labor laws and how it can be strengthened to protect women's rights in the workplace. And incidentally, the case for parental leave came up really strongly. And, one of the interesting inputs that came out of the conversation is perhaps setting up a fund that enables SMEs to work collectively to ensure that they are able to get replacements or reliefs for women who go on maternity leave or for men who go on parental leave. So looking at women and men at the same time, right? And how do we support parents to remain in the workforce? Even though this affects disproportionately the women even more. So we had that conversation around funds. We also had the conversation around having the lawyer in the room described this as unstructured conversations, right? So she picked out very specifically the recent trend around horrible bosses that was on Twitter. I don't know how many people are aware of that. So that kind of conversation are calling out or either calling out bad behavior or showcasing excellent practices that can create a demonstration effect in the market and for other companies to emulate. So we have that around labor laws. And then we also recognize, even more importantly, the importance of the willpower to implement the labor laws that exist. So it's one thing to enhance the existing labor laws and reflect in it modern day 21st century circumstances and realities. It is another thing to actually implement it and have an active force that monitors its implementation across all national and state levels. So we had that conversation for labor laws. And then we also looked at the pay gap, right? And I'll tie this in the interest of time very quickly into the discussions we had around how can we, what kind of policies can improve the economic experiences of women in the informal sector, where we established that if we were to compare the participation of women in the informal sector, right, looking at employment compared to the formal sector, 90%, or as a percentage of employed women, 90% of women that are employed in Africa are in the informal sector. So from the street hawkers to the Gary seller, and everybody in that sector, and even those that work in the agricultural space as well. And so the question was, how do we put in place policies to reduce the gender gaps? For the informal sector, we looked at social security, because for the informal sector, what happens is that these women, because they do not have the laws to protect them, they don't have pensions, etc., they end up falling below the poverty line or straight into abject poverty, as elders. So someone suggested having the social safety net, even though we debated the capacity of our government to fund that, but that's a different conversation. And then another very important highlight around gender pay gap is transparency, getting companies to publish their pay so that employees know exactly what they're earning at grades and within pay ranges. And someone spoke specifically about Glassdoor that enables, it's user driven, so it enables people know exactly what they are going in for and can negotiate better their pay. And also amongst women, to discuss your income levels shamelessly so that other women know what you're earning, right? And when they're getting into those kind of roles, they can negotiate better because as it is, men actually do the same. So wrapping it up on that note, thank you.
Thank you very much to all our moderators. Thank you, Adorio Dechuku, for that recap. May I please ask that we take some pictures, and I would invite the CEO of Jobberman Nigeria, Ore Boboye, to please come forward alongside the ED at WIMBIZ Nigeria, Hansatu Adegbite, please, for pictures. And then following that, we'll present, yes, please, come on stage. And then following that, we'll present the prize for the first person to arrive today, on site and online, and then we will have the closing remarks before we proceed to lunch. So lunch is served. After such robust conversations, it must have worked up a healthy appetite, and we've got you covered. Once again, just to mention that for our Muslim brothers and sisters, if you're fasting today, then we've made provisions for you to take your food away with you. For those who are online, unfortunately, I cannot say that we're able to extend the same grace to you, but I would encourage you to treat yourself to something nice in commemoration of your attendance at today's conference. So we give you permission to buy yourself a nice lunch somewhere good, or ask them to deliver. Thank you very much. Wonderful. All right, thank you. A round of applause once more for our moderators. But I'd like to borrow Ms. Adegbite, please, who would be helping to present the award, and just to get ready as well, the CEO. So the award for the person who is adjudged the most punctual, the first person to arrive here, thought it's important enough that we're having such a critical conversation, and so I am waking up early. Or perhaps the traffic in their area made them have the fear of God, and let me get there by 4. Because if you don't get there by 5, the next time you'll be able to arrive will be around 10. Whatever you're being rewarded. So the person who's going home with this beautiful gift is, I hope you're still around, Dr. Igot Ofem, Lagos State University, Acting Director, CRPSGBV. Wonderful. And it's excellent that she's still here. Like we said, she's diligent from the beginning to the very end. Please, let's celebrate and honor her. Thank you so much, Dr. Igot Ofem, the very first person to come in this morning. Thank you, ma'am. Please, Steve. Yes, please. We said something about celebrating women who do the work. We're so grateful. Thank you very much. Do we have the details of the winners on the winner online? Courtesy WIMBIZ Nigeria, thank you very much. I hope you're an associate. Are you a member of WIMBIZ? Okay, so after today, you can see them at the registration desk. And for the online, the first person to come online, we have a gift for you from Jobberman Nigeria, our host. So we're really excited about that. And hopefully before the end, just at the end, I would announce who. So if you're the person, don't log off yet. There's something special for you. Okay, so we've come to the end of today's conversations, and I'm sure you'd agree with me that it has been a very profitable deliberation. We have shared ideas, we have preferred solutions, we have talked about the importance of policy, and even moved on to catching them young with our curriculum and education. And it's time to give the closing remark and to introduce something special. I won't let the cat out of the bag. I'll let the one whom has been given the responsibility to do so appropriately. He sat in the room from the very beginning of today's meeting, very quietly, just observing everything that's going, taking notes, and possibly strategizing for the next level of the report and research. However, he's been very involved. He's the epitome of the he for she in this room this afternoon. And he's the Chief Executive Officer at Jobberman Nigeria. Please let's make very welcome Ore Boboye to give the closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Upon the existing protocol, I want to say a big thank you to all of our speakers, to all of the moderators at the breakout sessions. Thank you so much for all the thought-provoking sessions. I learned a lot today, and I feel very honored actually to be the only man. Thank you for the honor. Thank you for honoring us, and thank you for honoring our invitation. And most importantly, I want to thank all of our participants for your input. You made this work, and without your input in the discussions and all, we will not record the success we've recorded so far. I want to thank the Jobberman planning team. Wherever you are, if you can just like, yes, I want to thank the Jobberman planning team, our implementation partner, WIMBIZ. Thank you very much for putting this together with us. This is such a wonderful experience from the beginning up until now. I am very happy working with you, WIMBIZ, and I am also very proud of my Jobberman team. Thank you so much. And to Hayo, thank you for your efficient and substantive steering of this event. You made it very interesting. And also to our poet, thank you so much for making this very colorful. All right, I have very limited time, but I would like to talk about Jobberman very quickly and what we do. So yes, Jobberman Nigeria was conceived out of the need to democratize employment in Nigeria. And we've been doing this for the past 13 years. And over that time period up until now, we've leveraged technology and data-driven recruitment solutions to work with employers and to ensure that the right people are placed in the right job. And that is why this is also very important to us to drive this kind of conversation, because we know that having the right people in the right jobs transcends gender. And that for us is a big deal. So as in 2020, actually, we partnered with Mastercard to tackle youth unemployment in Nigeria. And as part of the initiatives that we put together over the past 2 years, we actually do have an initiative called the Alliance for Better Work. So I'll quickly talk about that and then we'll round up. So the Alliance for Better Work is a recruitment club that gives employers access to the largest pool of soft-skilled, trained quality candidates. Emphasis on that, soft-skilled, trained quality candidate. We also give you access to our recruitment resources, our recruitment process, and all of these at discounted rates, just because you are a part of that alliance. And like I said, the bigger picture for us is to ensure that there's access to job opportunities. So when you join that alliance, you can recruit the best talent using our platform, the Jobberman platform. You also get access to our applicant tracking system to properly track your recruitment process. And you can even enroll your existing employees for soft skills training. So this is something that you should take advantage of if you have not done so. And just to talk about the soft skills training, it's a very robust curriculum that we have built over the past 2 years. And it includes courses around personal effectiveness and time management, business etiquette, effective communication, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, creativity and innovation. These are skill sets that you would need your employees to have to even deliver value to your business. So please be a part of Progress. And sign up to be a member of the Alliance. And to get more information, if you check your brochure on page 20, you will actually see a QR code that you can scan to join. Once again, thank you for coming. Thank you for believing in us. And I hope that we'll continue to serve you better. Do have a wonderful journey back to your destinations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boye. A round of applause, please, one more time for the Chief Executive Officer of the #1 career platform in Nigeria, Jobberman Nigeria. Please, let's really celebrate them. Okay, so like he mentioned, there's so much you can do actually. It's a very interactive brochure. On page 20, as he mentioned, you can download, you can join using the barcode there. Also, I've been told that you can speak to one of the team members at registration if you'd like to join the Alliance for Better Work. In addition to that, to access the research reports digitally, you can go on to page 19 of your brochure. It's actually there. So you go on there, please, to use that QR code. We also have the QR code in your brochure to give us your feedback. So the evaluation form is fully digital. Talking about tech, we are pushing it forward. We are, putting our mouth where the work is. So please kindly use that to give us your feedback. For those who are watching online, there'll be a link that will be shared on that platform, and you can please share with us your experience today and how we can make it even better at the next roundtable or perhaps events that we will be hosting. Just to mention one more time as we round off that lunch is served. However, this is the protocol for lunch. Would ask that you kindly remain seated until your table is asked to move to the buffet table. For those who'd like takeaway packs, I've just heard that we have very limited number of packs, so it's strictly for those who are fasting. So I'm sorry that when you get to the table and you're saying you're fasting, you have to show us your passport so we can verify your religious disposition. We won't, we're really asking that you kindly, if you can eat here, it's not just for takeaway, it's for those who are fasting. Thank you very much. Please don't let us take extreme measures to enforce. All right, thank you all. I'm sure you'd agree with me that it's been a phenomenal morning. You can use the hashtags one more time: Gender Roundtable 2022, Gender Barriers Report today for all your pictures, posts, comments, and don't forget to speak to any one of us at the table if you need information. My name is Ayomaire Esse. It's been an honor to have served as your host and compare for today. Enjoy lunch.